Goeiemôre Kongres. Dis tyd dat ons begin. Net voordat ek vir Dr. Willem Pretorius vra om vir ons te open, wil ek net vir u herinner daaraan dat u asseblief individueel moet inteken met die oog op konstituering vir die Kongres. Dr. Willem Pretorius gaan vanoggend vir ons die opening waarneem, soos wat ons altyd doen. En ek wil graag net eers 'n bietjie 'n biografie voorhou van Dr. Willem. Dr. Willem is tans predikant by Kaneeldrif Familiekerk in Noordooste van Pretoria. Gedurende sy bediening was hy betrokke by verskeie meerdere vergaderings waar hy op verskillende strukture van die kerk se uitvoerende komitees en verskeie leierskapsposisies dien. Deur die jare het hy verskeie boeke, artikels en akademiese sowel as populêre tydskrif geskryf. Hy het eredienste ook op radio opgeneem. Hy is tans die president van ook Agri SA. Hy is betrokke in landbou en lid van die etiekkommissie van Agri SA. Hy is die voorsitter van die direksie van Agri Voice, 'n media-maatskappy wat fokus deur die geskrewe en digitale media aan die landbou en eie stem te gee. Kongresgangers, ek wil net vir u sê dat ons bietjie aan die volgorde gaan moet verander. Ons gaan vir minister Didiza geleentheid gee net na ons nasionale lied gesing is. Dr. Willem, oor na jou toe asseblief.
Dankie Pierre, dit is vir my voorware voorreg, kongresgangers, om vanmôre saam met julle te begin. Die lekkerte van 'n opening soos hierdie is, omdat ons weet, ons doen dit nie uit gewoonte uit nie, maar ons doen dit omdat ons regtig die behoefte het, wanneer ons 'n trio wat met vorentoe gee die toekoms in, en ons mekaar vashou, maar dat ons ook op die Here kan staat maak om vir ons vas te hou. Ek het die voorreg gehad om die laaste paar oggende redelik vroeg te beweeg, en dan het ek RSG geluister, en dan hulle het nou so 'n reeksie wat hulle het oor al die politieke partye wat nou vertel wat hulle moet doen. En in hierdie reeksie wat hulle nou so met hulle praat, het ek nou my gedagtes laat gaan oor al die beloftes deur al die jare wat politieke leiers en leierskap vir ons as die gewone burgers van die land gegee het en het hulle gemaak het. En dan het 'n ou mens gewonder hoeveel van daardie beloftes het al regtig op die ou einde konkreet in die gemeenskappe tuis gekom. En dan het ek begin wonder oor die toekoms van myself, hoofsaaklik van my kinders en ook my kleinkinders. In hierdie land wat ek met 'n passie liefhet, het ek gewonder, hoe gaan dit lyk oor 5 of oor 10 jaar? Ek en my kollega het by mekaar gekom en ek het vir hom gevra, asseblief, maak vir my 'n videoklip, dan nou oor 'n kort snit van 'n video, om iets te illustreer van dit wat ek graag met kongresgangers wil deel. So kom ons kyk gou-gou na die klip. redelik identifiseer, bloot doodgewoon omdat ons almal so voel. Die teks wat ek gebruik het, julle reeds gesien daar in Engels, dis Deuteronomium 31 vers 8. Die Here is die een wat voor jou uitgaan, hy is by jou, hy sal jou nie in die steek laat nie en jou nie verlaat nie. Moenie bang wees nie en moet jou nie laat afskrik nie. In this text, Moses is in a sense giving the baton over to Joshua, and he's telling him, listen, I am finished now, I've done my work. I'm through with all these Israelites because the Lord said that I cannot go into the promised land. And then Joshua is standing there in front of Moses, and you can imagine looking back at the people there in their tents and hearing them groan and moan, looking forward into the promised land. And then I can think that Joshua is really afraid. He's really saying to Moses, but listen, how can I take these people into the promised land? They moan and groan. They're not going to listen to me. And then there's a long conversation between these two guys. And the end, then Moses said to Joshua, don't be afraid, because the Lord will go before you, the Lord will be with you. You see, if I look at the country at this stage, or the world at this stage, then there's something like a perfect storm brewing over the whole world. Daar's 'n perfekte storm. Ek weet nie wie van julle het die film van George Clooney gesien waar die titel is The Perfect Storm nie. Daar is 3 verskillende weerstelsels wat op een slag met hierdie vissersboot handel. En die 3 weerstelsels wat ons vandag tref, is globalisering, inligtingstegnologie wat net verdubbel elke 6 maande en postmodernisme. En kom ek sê iets daaroor. En ek gaan probeer om dit familiegewys te maak, want dit is die goed wat my bekommer maak as ek begin deur vir jou te sê oor die toekoms. Die een is globalisering. Ek wonder hoeveel van ons mense wat hier sit en luister na die kongres, se kinders of familielede is oor see. The world is just become close. There's no thing anymore than there's a long distance, and people who are staying at this stage in Europe just say to their parents, listen, we're only 8 hours away. We jump on the plane, and then within 8 hours we're at home. So globalisering het beteken dat ons baie nader aan mekaar begin beweeg. En dat ons invloed op mekaar is net enorm. Ek bedoel, as Noord-Korea, ek wil amper sê 'n vuurpyl stuur, en Rusland is kwaad en Amerika is kwaad, dan gaan die oliepryse op. En dan raak dit my en jou wat direk ons diesel moet ingooi in ons trekkers. So the thing is, the world is just become a small place. We cannot say anymore that what happened in Europe, what happened in Australia, what happened in Africa, because we're from Africa, it doesn't bother us. We will go on our own. We did that. 30, 40 years ago, we did that. Then there's the information. Information, I don't need to tell you about the information era. I mean, you just look at Google, you just look at your phones, and you will see how information is just, it's just ample. It's net 'n klomp inligting wat jy onmiddellik kan kry. En dit raak ook ons gesinne. Want skielik begin kinders vra. En dan postmodernisme is so ietsie van wegkom van die struktuur, bevel en beheer wat in die verlede daar was, tot by waar ons vandag vir mekaar sê, baie goed is meer informeel. Koffie is die sleutelwoord. Ons drink koffie, ons kuier om koffie by koffiewinkels. So as ons die kongres open, dan is hierdie perfekte storm deel van ons. En ons moet vir mekaar sê, ons kan nie anders as om mekaar vashou nie. We must hold one another. We must take one another's hand in, and we must trust one another and say, listen, we're going to face this perfect storm. But we will not only survive, we will thrive. It's not a survival act that we're doing. We will do a thrival act. Ons sal prosper, ons sal hier deurkom. Nie omdat ons oulik is nie omdat ons goed is nie, maar bloot doodgewoon omdat ons mekaar het, en ons weet, the Lord is working through every one of us. So with these words, I want to encourage you personally, I want to encourage the Congress and I want to encourage the people of South Africa. We can make this work. Not only because, as I've said, that everything is fun and games, but because we can do hard work, we can toil, but we also believers in Christ. Daarom collegas, daarom kongresgangers, daarom vriende, mag jy 'n wonderlike 2 dae en mag die 2 dae jou inspireer, making you enthusiastic about the future. Because we can be enthusiastic about the future. Mag dat jou regtig sommer net weer moed gee vir môre en oormôre. Ek gaan met 'n kort gebed afsluit en dan gaan ek weer vir jou die videoklip wys. Jy's welkom. Ek sal die videoklip beskikbaar maak aan Christole by die kantoor, dan kan jy ook dit vra as jy dit wil versprei en as jy dit sommer net weer by die huis wil kyk. Kom ons sit so, staan daar waar jy is, raak so oomblik stil en kom ons bid saam. Lord our God, you were the God of the Israelites, but you're also the God of the world, but you're also in Christ our God. And that gives us a tremendous feeling, not only of excitement, but also it gives us something that we can hold on to. Here, dit gee vir ons krag, dit gee vir ons moed, omdat U aan die kruis die lewe gebreek het, oopgebreek het, sodat ons dit in oorvloed kan geniet. Dankie dat ons deel kan wees van 'n stukkie hemel wanneer ons die kongres bywoon, wanneer ons kan praat, kan stoei, mekaar kan aanvat en met mekaar kan praat. Thank you, Lord. We pray for our country, for our government. We pray for Congress. We pray for the leaders in our organization. But most of all, we want to pray this morning for our families, for our children and for our grandchildren. Amen. Kom ons luister na die videoklip.
Willem, thank you very much for bringing the past to the present and applying it to the future. Thank you very much for the way that you opened our Congress. We are grateful for that. Ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda is our national anthem. We start our Congress traditionally with that because we are South Africans and proud of it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I saw Minister Didiza on the screen now. So Theo joined us. I had to change our agenda a little bit to make it possible because of a heavy schedule. And I first, before we start, and she speaks to us about the key areas of the implementation in agriculture and agro-processing master plan, I want to just give you a short biography of who she is. We all know her, but I think there's a bit of history that we must understand. She currently serves as the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and she's obviously also a Member of Parliament. Minister Didiza served as Minister of Public Works from the 22nd of May 2006 until 2008, and prior to this appointment, she was Minister for Agriculture and Land Affairs from the 17th of June 1999 until the 22nd of May 2006, and as Deputy Minister of Agriculture from 1994 to 1999. Minister, thank you very much for making time for us. You are really welcome in our Congress. We appreciate the time that you've given us. Thank you very much. We like to hear what you say. We are part of building South Africa, and agriculture wants to be part of the success story. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much to the program director this morning. I'm sorry that I'm saying tonight when it's during the day. And indeed, it is a pleasure to join all of you in this Congress 2021. I would like to acknowledge the Agri SA board, the Agri SA executive management, as well as the staff of Agri SA and the provincial structures of the organization. The agricultural industry and agribusiness leaders present, colleagues from academia, fellow ministers in attendance, Minister Gordhan and Chrissy, farmers from across the country, ladies and gentlemen, as well as members of the media present and those that are joining us online. Good morning. It is a great honor indeed for me to be joining Agri SA 2021 Congress, an important event to interact with all major stakeholders on the agricultural sector. Despite the state of the pandemic, we have ensured that your annual engagement with the constituency is not lost. It was a year ago in this very Congress that you deliberated upon the issues of digitization in agriculture and how the deployment of technology can advance the operations in the sector. I'm aware that most of you, within your limited resources, are doing your best to meet the challenges of the time. The other important matter on your agenda last year was about the growth of the agricultural sector in the midst of the pandemic. We also, as the sector, reflected on the changing weather patterns that we have been experiencing and that has impacted negatively on some commodities, indicating the need for us as a sector to do more in making our contribution in developing smart agriculture, as well as developing conservation agriculture. Agricultural financing was another major issue of our concern given the challenges in the Land and Agricultural Bank. Rural safety and farm killings of both farmers and farm workers was another matter of concern, which continues to be a matter of concern even to this day. And I would like us to take a moment to remember those farmers and farm workers who've lost their lives during this year, the past year, and many other years. I say this because they remain to be the bedrock of supporting our agricultural industry. The other important matter that was discussed by Congress last year was the issue of market access in the midst of the pandemic and the agility of all of us to adapt to the new normal formed some of the issues that the Congress deliberated on and actually map out some strategies on how we can move forward. I've captured all of these issues discussed in your last Congress, not because I think nor believe we have forgotten them, but because they remain critical and relevant to this very day. As we reflect in this Congress about the outlook of the agricultural sector, its future during the pandemic, it is important that we strengthen our partnerships between government as well as the industry. I want to begin by acknowledging the great work that all of you joining us here today have done for the country since the pandemic started. The collaboration between the private sector and government in ensuring the continuous operation of agriculture and food value chains at the height of various waves of infections enabled our country to have stable food supply. The decision to make sure that agriculture is an essential service allowed the sector to operate and thereby providing much needed food security to our nation and regionally. Through partnerships, we were able to ensure that we develop electronic certification between us and our trading partners to allow for trading even during these conditions. Even when there were challenges between government, particularly, and the industry to make sure that we resolve those, we have been assisted by some of our sister departments, such as international relations, to make sure that those challenges can actually be escalated and be resolved at some of those levels to ensure that good passage for our goods to the trading partners still take root. We continue to look and retain market access in a number of destinations. We're looking at how we can maximize the opportunities created by Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We also are looking at opportunities in other greenfields, meaning the markets that we have not been playing before, because of the interest that has been expressed by a number of those companies in those destinations, but also consumers at large. I'm aware that currently we do have an expo taking place in Dubai, both physically and electronically, where some of you are actually participating in exposing your wares so that we can actually attract those consumers to be able to buy from South Africa. This expo will be continuing from now in October to next year, about February. And I hope that some of you will be able to take part at any given stage. And I would like to thank the DTIC for the partnership in this regard with ourselves and the industry. A number of our subsectors have done very well. We've noted that some of those, such as citrus, have actually continued to perform very well. The grains have also done us proud. There are many other sectors, subsectors of our agricultural sector that have continued to actually do more and resilient during these challenges of the pandemic. We want to ensure that we can stay the course and even make the sector to perform better. I want to thank my colleagues, the ministers present here and others not here, for having been partners with the agricultural sector and the industry. I want to actually note the work that we've done with Minister Gordhan, particularly in ensuring that we continue the engagement of how we can improve port infrastructure to allow ease for our goods. I want to thank you, my colleague, Minister Gordhan, for your efforts in this regard. You have enabled us to engage with your Transnet officials, Portnet, and many others to really look at various worlds on how we can actually improve. I must say that during the disruptions of the violence during the July month, you and some of my colleagues really came to the party. We made sure that we open up the N3 as well as the N2 to allow for the movement of goods and therefore stem food insecurity threats that were looming. It is this form of partnership that, in my view, the presidency of President Cyril Ramaphosa has actually been anchored to make sure that as South Africans from all walks of life, we can actually work together to ensure that we build our economy and build our country so that we can have stability and enjoy the freedoms that we had fought for. This period, I must say though, was not without difficulties. Some of the regulations during the pandemic has actually caused some disruptions in some of the subsectors of our economy. The logistical challenges have actually continued to cause some challenges and add cost to our farmers, particularly in the ports as well as in the railway lines. When such glitches happen, there is a cost to the farmer. We want, therefore, to say we know that you have been impacted upon over the past year and even during this year. But that does not mean government is not taking these issues seriously and trying to find ways in which we can resolve them. We do. And I would like to appreciate how we have been able to work with you even on the most difficult time. Over the past year, the continuous interaction that my office have had with the Agri SA executive, as well as some commodity organization and AGBs, have ensured that we're able to respond to some challenges speedily in order to ensure that the sector is supported. This collaboration, along with farmers' confidence in South Africa's agriculture, which is displayed through investment and increased plantings, has ensured that agriculture grew by 13.4% in the year 2020. Various analysts, such as the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy, commonly known among us as BFAP, as well as AGBs, estimate that the sector could experience another year of 6 to 7% growth in 2021. This also means that agricultural employment would likely remain at levels above the long-term average of 850,000. The 8 agricultural industries have also benefited from this positive agricultural growth momentum. We continue to observe solid agricultural machinery sales, which speaks to the healthiness of our sector's finances, at least in the near term. I must acknowledge, however, that while the picture is broadly optimistic about our sector, some of the members, specifically in the wine and beer industry, had taken some knocking. They've had a challenging period following the choices we had to make at a particular time of saving lives and livelihoods. I want to appreciate, though, that the way in which we have worked, even when it has been difficult, we have never stopped to communicate and look at other ways in which we can work together to stem the tide. Yesterday, for instance, I had an engagement with Distel to also look at what they are doing to make sure that we can promote healthy drinking amongst our society so that we do not actually have such challenges in the future. I've also looked at how they are contributing as a sector on the transformation agenda and making sure that they bring in at a primary level, but also at agribusiness level, some of the historically excluded communities to participate. Our hope is that the opening of the economy would allow the sectors to recover and that export opportunities will add momentum to this recovery path. The constrained fiscal conditions have limited our ability to assist these sectors in their recovery path. Still, we will continue engaging with industry leaders in this space to look at what we can do more to support, even if it means is non-financial support that we can give for the recovery. I would like to thank government, particularly my colleagues in the finance industry, who have made it possible to ensure that we are able to support those industries, including the agricultural sector that was affected as a result of the unrest in KZN and in some parts of Gauteng. Those interventions through that recovery that was announced by the president will go a long way in ameliorating some of the challenges that the sector has experienced. As you will all remember, in October 2020, President Ramaphosa launched the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, and agriculture is part of those sectors that need to contribute to the recovery and job creation of our country. Over the past few months, we're focused on several interventions to position agriculture as a critical sector for economic recovery. I know that Minister Gordhan has been asked to speak on this matter, but it is important for me to indicate that we are continuously working in this sector to actually look at how we deal with issues of transformation as well of growing the agricultural sector in its entirety. I must commend Agri SA's executive and its commodity groups for tirelessly engaging in drafting the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. And I just hope that sooner in November, at least we'll see some of the positive in the sectors coming together to actually agree, not only on the vision statement, but also on what in earnest we can do to grow the various subsectors of our economy. I would like also to thank amongst you some of the members who have been working with us who have taken retirement, even though not quite, such as John Purchase and Yanni de Villiers, for the sterling work that they've been doing, particularly in supporting the agriculture and agri-sector master plan. This plan, in our view, should build on value chains approach to provide targeted support to farmers of all types and sizes. More importantly, it needs to expand on the district development model to ensure poorly developed agricultural areas, such as in communal areas of Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape, attract public and private investments in order for them to actually develop. We know that in the Eastern Cape, for instance, that's one of the areas where we've got opportunities for growing our livestock. And I think the industry would actually look at how we can do, particularly in the red meat industry, in that part of the country, to actually harness the latent skill as well as resources that are there. I'm also heartened that from the other side of government, particularly on the competition policy, they are also assisting us to look at how better we can actually use some of those instruments to support the industry. We've seen that particularly with regards to the poultry industry last year. And we are looking at how we can take advantage of the poultry master plan to make sure that we actually increase market access through the work that we're doing together with the industry. I know that there's another issue that is of our concern, how we actually ensure that our land reform becomes effective and actually translate to inclusion of more people into the agricultural sector, particularly those who have been historically disadvantaged. We're looking at how we can actually harness some of the work that is done by the industry, particularly PALS, and some of the initiatives where farmers are looking at how best can work together at a local level to actually develop solutions that will ensure access to land for those who have been historically marginalized. And I would like to encourage those initiatives and also look at how we can strengthen our policy instrument as government to be able to ensure that land reform as an imperative for all of us as a country does not create tensions and conflicts amongst various stakeholders at local level, but rather we should all be worried about how we can ensure that we bring access, we ensure that we support those who are already on the land in order for them to succeed. In closing, let me thank the leadership of Agri SA and the broader organized agricultural community for working with government so brilliantly over the past year to sustain this vital sector. I hope that we can continue this collaboration and implement all the growth plans we have that has been drafted in our master plan to address unemployment and in the process ensure that there is transformation in the sector and that there is growth in the sector and it becomes the future of our country. I'd like to wish all of you a successful Agri SA Congress 2021. I thank you.
Minister Didiza, thank you very much for your address. Thank you for looking back at the past year, looking into the future, discussing collaboration, and the compliments you gave to Agri SA and the farmers of South Africa for collaborating in this past year in a manner that's taking us forward. I think we appreciate what you do with the Department of Agriculture. We think that we as a farmer representative body want to work together with government in a sense that we create inclusive growth. We want to be part of the solution. We believe we're going a long way towards that now, and that within a few years' time we'll be able to look back and say, this has been a wonderful journey, a wonderful effort that we've made, and that we have normalized society. Thank you very much for the time that you've made to discuss this with us, and we also obviously look forward to the year that's coming, where we will collaborate further and we will be able to take agriculture forward some more, and we as a sector in the economy of South Africa will make a contribution towards our country. Thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen, then we are going to look back at start off with our agenda in the beginning, and I'm going to ask Alwyn Skos, our secretary, just to inform Congress whether we constituted properly. Alwyn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have received confirmation from the auditors. We are currently at 79 delegates that have registered so far. So we do constitute a quorum, and we can proceed with the formalities accordingly. I have also had confirmation of the following substitutions for delegates. Mr. Gerard Dietrichs on behalf of Mr. Kobus Pinaar, Mr. Jannie de Villiers on behalf of Francois van der Merwe. Sorry, Gerard is standing in for Kobus Pinaar of Woolworths. Jannie de Villiers is standing in for Francois van der Merwe of the Tobacco Association. Neil Hubert has been nominated to stand in for Mr. Cody Besaidnet of the Garlic Growers. Corrine Steyn is acting on behalf of, in place of Gerard Skutte for the RPO. Deirdre Carter will be carrying the vote for Agri Limpopo in place of Lodewijk de Jager. And the last one that I have is Mr. Ramoso Patu will be carrying the vote for Grain SA instead of Mr. Dani Minnar. And those are the confirmations received, Mr. Chair.
Alwyn, thank you very much. Dames en here, ek gaan nou vir Christo vra om net vir ons 'n bietjie ordereëlings voor te hou vir die res van die kongres, sodat ons daarom net in 'n manier te werk gaan wat logika aan het. Christo, asseblief.
Dankie meneer die president. Ek wil ook net namens ons personeel almal hartlik verwelkom, en ek vertrou dat julle die volgende 2 dae werklik waar saam met ons sal geniet. Indien daar enige onduidelikheid is, enige probleme, skakel met die personeel. Julle het hulle contact details en maak net seker dat hulle julle help om enige probleme uit te sorteer. The president will determine the flow of the program. We've seen a number of changes in the program, and the president will be in charge of that, and he will do announcements accordingly. We also have an online translation service, so please make use of it. Our delegates are free to speak Afrikaans or English, and you are welcome then to switch between those languages and make use of the online translation services. Alwyn Scholes will share with you all the regulations or rules that apply to nomination and the voting process. Then we also have a competition that will take place during Congress. Email address will be provided to send the relevant answers. Our President has also made available 2 awards, and these awards will form part of this afternoon's ceremony, where we will hand over awards to various leaders within the industry. So please take note of that and also join us during that ceremony. Mr. President, that will be all from me.
Thank you very much, Christo. I'm now going to ask Phineas Kumeri, Deputy President, to do the word of welcome. Thank you, Phineas.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is my pleasure to welcome the Agri SA board members and some of the speakers and panelists joining us live in the studio. Later today, we will honor members who served this organization and sector with distinction. A warm word of welcome to them. Welcome to our speakers, Minister Didiza, Minister Cressy, and Pravin Gordhan, and other experts. Theo Vorster, Valli Moosa, John Sanei, David Fenter. We look forward to your contribution to the theme, Survive and Thrive in the Future, the Agricultural Way. Thank you to everybody that is joining us virtual today. I'd like to welcome some of Agri SA former president, like Yabi Grobler, joining us online. Dan Craig, who have attended, apology for not being able to attend. Johannes Muller also sent his apology and also convene his best wishes for a successful Congress. A special word of welcome to all our annual joint corporate members at their first Agri SA Congress. Without naming a specific representatives, I would like to welcome representatives of political parties and members of portfolio committees, representative of the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, representative of other government departments and statutory bodies, other agricultural unions present today, representatives from embassies, organized business, as well as our business partners, representatives of consumer organizations, sponsors, as well as other guests. Welcome to members of the media. I would like to thank you in advance for your report on the important issues that will be discussed today. Observing protocol, please feel free to be at this Congress. We appreciate your presence at this Congress. Thank you to our sponsors for making this virtual Congress possible. We will feature some of their videos and logos today. Please pay attention to the messages
Daai logos is veronderstel om nou te getoon.
throughout the day brought to you by our platinum sponsor, Cotiva. Platinum sponsor, Cotiva, and the diamond sponsor, John Deere, the gold sponsor, Santam, Lanbo, BBF, Agility Shell, and my friend organization, GWK. Silver sponsors, AfriVeg, NetBank, Standard Bank, Food Feeds, Yara Fertilizer, and Oparo. Bronze sponsor, NWK, OVK, the Ashton CA South Africa, and the Group Incorporate, Partner and Pioneer. Nickel sponsor, Nissan and Syngenta. I need to express a word of appreciation and thanks to Agri SA's partners for their support throughout the year. There are Toyota SA, Toyota SA, Agri SA Young Farmer of the Year, Fidelity, ADT, Vodacom, Total Agri, Engine, and and FINOPS. Supporting the Agri-Security Trust Fund to aid rural and farmer safety. Thank you to Sunfin, Nissan, Crisis on Call, and Sanlam. Agri SA also received support through donation from Bayer, Santam, Senvest, NWK, OFEM, Yara, Cativa. We thank you for that. Chairperson, I want to end up by wishing my organization, Agri SA, for a successful Congress today. Thank you so much. You're all welcome.
Phineas, thank you very much. It's become tradition. Phineas always does this for us. And he's a very eloquent manner. Thank you very much, Phineas, for welcoming everybody to the Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's a time for my presidential address. I'm going to ask Jaco to take over the chair while the address is delivered. This has been pre-recorded. Hopefully it carries away your support. Thank you very much. Jaco, can you take over, please?
Thank you very much, Pierre. I think we're all looking forward to hear you sharing some of the activities of Agri SA, sharing some of the experiences, but also your future vision for the organization and for agriculture. Pierre, over to you.
Honourable Minister Didiza, Minister Gordhan, Minister Creasy, Professor Tuli Madonsela, Mr. Valli Moosa, Dr. Willem Pretorius, other speakers, delegates, and fellow farmers, ladies and gentlemen. Vandag is 'n dag waarna ons verslag gee oor die afgelope jaar se doen en late. Maar omdat dit my laaste geleentheid is om met u te praat, wil ek so 'n bietjie in die toekoms kyk. Wil dan graag hê dat die jaarverslag as gelees beskou, alhoewel die geleentheid sal hê om vrae te vra daarom. Ladies and gentlemen, every now and then, whether you read the newspapers, whether you listen to speakers, whether you talk in agriculture or in business, the word sustainability comes up. What does it mean? Because what we first think of is economic sustainability. But we farmers know that sustainability is much more than that, because it also has to do with the protection of our natural resources. It has to do with the utilization of the natural resource base. And then obviously it also has to do with social responsibility. And when we talk about social responsibility, we talk about all the stakeholders in agriculture. We talk about the people who work for us. We talk about government. We talk about business as a whole. And we talk about how we go about building South Africa. Now, the history of the land issue since 1994 has become a major topic. It's always been one. It's always about ownership and land reform and transformation. And when people talk about land reform and transformation, in a certain section of the population, it's like waving a red flag. And therefore, I like to borrow some words from Dr. John Purchase and Wandile Silobo. When they talk about transformation and land reform as inclusive growth, and they talk about patient capital. Now, it's obvious that we have non-negotiables, because we believe that private property rights and the willing buyer, willing seller principle is non-negotiable. We believe that because this is the cornerstone of economic growth. But over and above that, we also have to find some solutions. The current challenges in our country started off with words like radical economic transformation. We know there are a number of bills before Parliament that has to be discussed and decided on. We know that changing the Constitution to make expropriation with nil compensation possible is on the table. We know that there is amendments proposed to the expropriation bill. There's lots of talk about custodianship of land. There's a deeds amendment bill which would make it possible for other rights to be registered. There's a land courts bill which could make mandatory arbitration possible. And then we also have labour tenant claims. The question that comes to mind is whether we can serve agriculture, the country and our members by being on the defence at all times. Up to now, this has not really worked. It's good and well to go to court and to use the courts on matters of principle. But fact is that we also have to find solutions to these questions. The question comes to mind whether good plans have been put forward. And of course that has been done. But plans alone is not enough. Implementation is key. Many farms in the market. There are many farms in the market. Government has bought vast amounts of land that is not now being utilized properly. What good reason there can then there be to try and legislate to make land reform and transformation happen? Things that come to mind is obviously fixing of the past, and then affordability also comes to mind. The question we must also answer, whose responsibility is this? The intellectual capital to farm and the knowledge how to do this is with farmers. The backbone of agriculture and business is the family farm or business. It is in the national interest to protect family businesses to utilize the intellectual capital for the benefit of all. We should not create so much insecurity that we export the intellectual capital by way of immigration. Already, although everything that I've said so far is well known, we seem to be bogged down by all kinds of distractions and small politics. To get to the answer, whose responsibility is it to make or to address these challenges, it may be prudent to ask if the responsibility excludes anybody. The next question is whether the broader structure of organized agriculture has the means and the will to support a vision that will result in inclusive economic growth. Why is the progress so slow or close to non-existent and based on making a noise, whipping up emotions, and delivering little? I'm convinced that the track record shows that after 27 years, nobody can be happy about what we have today. Uncertainty about private property rights, diminishing collateral value of land, poverty, food insecure communities, a population that is growing faster than the economy, security problems, and climate change all work together to create a climate of negativity. I think we agree on the non-negotiables about private property rights. So we agree on the what. Let us get to agree on the how. How do we get inclusive growth? How do we make it possible for new farmers to enter agriculture? How do we utilize the blended finance scheme? Let us change what must be changed. How do we make things work and deliver results? If we do not do this, we surely will lose what we have. A country with a failed agriculture is also a failed state. We as farmers also have the responsibility to make things work and not to leave implementation to those who do not have the knowledge and expertise to make decisions and implementation on our behalf. It is not about advocacy alone. It's about shaping the future of agriculture. Enabling is about shaping the future, and we say that we enable farmers without prejudice. I need to express my sincere appreciation to have been part of Agri SA and to trust that many people had given me the opportunity to lead. It has enriched my life. I leave with being confident that we have the will and the means to do the right thing and to play a meaningful role in making our country an example of how challenges can be met and solved. Thank you very much.
Baie dankie Pierre, baie dankie vir die manier ook wat jy dit doen soos ons jou ken, op die man af, op die punt af en aksie. Aksie, dis hoe ons Pierre leer ken het en dis hoe ons hom ook sien. Dis hoe ons hom hoor praat vandag. Kongres, ek wil dit graag aan julle stel of ons die voorsittersverslag, die presidentsrede kan aanvaar as 'n ware refleksie van verjaar. Ek kyk hier binne in die kamer en ek sien koppe skud, so ons kan dit aanvaar. Pierre, dankie ook vir jou leierskap en jou leiding die afgelope jaar, afgelope tyd om vir ons ook die rigting te wys, maar ook te wys dis nodig om aksie te doen, nie net te praat nie. Dankie Pierre, ek gee terug vir jou.
Jaco, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next point on the agenda is the election of Agri SA's office bearers. Alwyn Scholes will lead in that, and after that, we'll have a comfort break. So Alwyn, over to you. I know that we are going to have new faces, new talent, new initiatives, and the farmers of South Africa can look forward to it. Thank you very much, Alwyn.
Thank you, Pierre. Mr. President. I think the process of the election has been fairly well communicated leading up to the Congress. But just for good order, I'll just repeat again what we are going to do. The election is being handled by the auditors of Agri SA, the Ashton Group, and we will proceed with the election in a step-by-step manner, simply because of the fact that we need to verify every time which office bearers have been elected, and then leave it open for the following nominations to occur. So the first position that we are going to proceed with the election with is that of President, and we will allow I've agreed with the auditors that we will allow an hour for the nominations to take place. It will be done by the registered delegates being able to send an email to to Etienne van der Vyver, which is the Agri SA Financial Director, as well as to Clovilda at the Ashton Group. The email addresses have been circulated, and you can also send an email to myself, Company Secretary at Agri SA. And once we've collated the nominees, Lumi will populate the voting system according to the nominees, and we will then proceed with the election, which will be open then for half an hour after that. Please note that every nominee requires a secondee. So when you do the nomination, please include in your email the person who is going to second as well, and that person then can confirm the secondment by means of a confirmatory email, reply email to the email addresses. If there's any problems or anybody needs assistance, there's also been an emergency number that has been provided. We will also make sure that that's posted on the broadcast so that anybody can have access to it. And I think it's hopefully we'll have a good election. As you say, it's going to be an interesting day. You know.
Yeah. Hopefully connectivity and everything else that has to work smoothly does not leave us in the lurch today. Hopefully everything will then work out the way that we want it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short 10-minute comfort break for everybody just to stretch their legs, and then we will be back for our next speaker. Thank you very much.
To plant a tomorrow is humanity's biggest purpose. How we approach it determines our success, now and in seasons to come. To Corteva, it's about seeing tomorrow in everything we do today. In seed, on seed, and on farm. Because as a company solely focused on agriculture, we are in it for farmers, in it for good. Corteva, keep growing.
Thank you very much. Congress, we're back. Hopefully you stretch your legs and are not too sleepy, and that you look forward to our next speaker. Our next speaker is going to talk to us about agriculture as a cornerstone in the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. And as you know that during the past year with COVID and everything else, Minister Didiza also alluded to that, agriculture performed very well. And I think government and everybody else realizes that the role that agriculture plays in the economic well-being of South Africa is a major one. Now, Minister Pravin Gordhan, Minister of Public Enterprise, is going to talk about this with us. So, Minister Gordhan, as Minister of Public Enterprises, is the position held since 27 February 2018, and as well reappointed on the 13th of May 2019. He completed a D.Tech degree in Business Administration at the Free State University of Technology in 2009 and received an honorary doctorate of Commerce from UNISA and an honorary doctorate of Law from UCT in 2007, respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister, thank you very much for making time for us and the fact that you want to talk to us about this very important issue. Thank you very much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for this opportunity to address your very important Agri SA conference at a time when the world is going through all sorts of tumultuous developments, some negative, some interestingly positive. And you ask an interesting question: how in that context does agriculture thrive and survive? So, Mr. President, I believe you've had elections this morning, so I'm not sure who the new president is, but let me address the president, the deputy presidents, the CEO, Mr. van der Rede, the heads and representatives of various organizations, and I trust that you will have a fruitful conference. When we're talking about the question of surviving and thriving as far as agriculture is concerned, clearly we need to take note of a number of new developments over the last year or so. And amongst them would be three fairly important trend lines or mega trends that I'm sure you will take into account as you go through this conference and as my colleagues, Ministers Didiza and Creasy, exchange their views with you as well. The first clearly is the pandemic and the impact that the pandemic has had across the world, both in respect of advanced economies, but particularly in respect of emerging and low-income economies. And that impact has been economic, social, health, and many other impacts like psychological that we're still going to learn about as we truly move into a post-pandemic period. The second mega trend, if you like, is the phenomenon of climate change, the urgency with which there is a need for the world to reduce carbon emissions, and the various transitions that different parts of the economy, in our case, particularly the electricity and transport sectors of the economy, but parts of, I imagine, of the agricultural sector as well, have to undergo as we adapt to a new world. The third, which both the pandemic and the climate change and the historical patterns of economic growth and lack of inclusivity brings to the forefront, is a question of social and economic development in all of our societies and the manner in which we actually deal with them at the end of the day. Clearly, what that requires is, on the one hand, for, if you like, business as usual to continue, but on the other hand, for thought leadership, business leadership, but also collective social leadership, which ensures that We understand what the megatrends mean for each of our economic sectors. How do we actually conceive of the recovery and reconstruction of economies and societies as we go forward? And what does it actually mean for new business models and indeed social models as well as we go forward? So these three trends have, on the one hand, important impacts for yourselves in the business sector, in whichever form you're involved in it. But on the other hand, as you can see from many other parts of the world, where the slogan "Build Back Better" or "Build Back Differently" or "Build Back in a way in which there's greater levels of economic inclusivity," we solve the problems of unemployment, particularly in emerging and low-income markets, and certainly in South Africa. How we attend to issues of food, energy, and social security. And in particular, as I will point out from one or two quotations in a moment, how do we overcome the disparity in access to vaccines and the kind of divide that the vaccine situation has created across the world, where many have access to vaccines in the developed parts of the economy. And now, as we move away from vaccine jabs to vaccine pills, the contest for access to these very important health commodities becomes quite crucial. So those two broad categories is, I imagine, an important set of factors to take into account as we ask and answer the question about survival and thriving in the context of South Africa's economic reconstruction and recovery plan. But South Africa doesn't live in an island separately from the world. And so what happens in the rest of the globe and some of the developments, both in terms of thinking, analysis, and prognosis, is quite important for us and for you as business leaders and us as government leaders to take into account. And amongst the key issues that we have to ask ourselves questions about and find very quick answers to is what is going to be the future growth economic model that is far more inclusive, that uplifts millions of people out of poverty and inequality and creates a much more just and fair economic and social environment. The second question is, how do we ensure that the benefits that accrue from these economic models, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in industry, whether it's in the new digital economies, or indeed the green economy factors that will begin to impact upon us, how will these benefits accrue to all of the citizens of a population or of a society? Clearly, one of the issues, and I'll make some reference to some of the IMF's numbers and analysis in a moment, how do we manage the fiscal burden that has been imposed by the pandemic and the need to both support society at the lower end income levels, but also support businesses during this moment of crisis? And that clearly has resulted in serious fiscal challenges, which we as South Africa, but also more generally, emerging markets are confronted with as well. Of course, the advanced economies have a different set of issues. Rising inflation, the issue of potential monetary tightening, and how the allocation of the special drawing rights from the IMF will be spent. For example, the United Kingdom has some 25 billion, I think, dollars that will accrue to it. Will it be spent on supporting developing countries to undertake the transition as far as climate change is concerned? Or will it in fact be utilized for different purposes that only benefit the advanced economies themselves? So if we look at some of the data that the IMF has put on the table, so to speak, over the last day or so in its global economic outlook, it points out that, and I quote, dangerous divergence in economic prospects across countries remains a major concern. Aggregate output for advanced economies is expected to regain its pre-pandemic trends, but of course the position of emerging markets is quite different. And this pre-pandemic trend line will only be surpassed by 0.9% in 2024. It says, by contrast, aggregate output for the emerging markets and developing economy group, excluding China, is expected to remain 5.5% below pre-pandemic forecast in 2024, resulting in a larger setback to improvements in their living standards. It goes on to say that these divergencies are a consequence of the great vaccine divide and large disparities in policy support. And there's some interesting numbers that all of us need to take account of. While over 60% of the population in advanced economies are fully vaccinated and some are now receiving booster shots, about 96% of the population in low-income countries remain unvaccinated. And that certainly applies to our own continent as well. It then talks about a tale of two worlds. And clearly, there's a huge divide developing between the advanced economies on the one hand and the emerging and low-income economies on the other hand, as you will see from the reports of the IMF in this particular regard. So clearly, whilst we want the business as usual approach to dominate much of what we do, we've also, as a country, as an economy, and as important economic players like yourselves, also ask questions about what is the paradigm within which we think we need to conceive of a model of growth that is both economically successful, but also has positive social impacts in a country like South Africa that still has huge problems in terms of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And here I want to quote from Professor Danny Roderick of Harvard University, who is also on the President's Economic Advisory Council, in a very recent article published in Project Syndicate, and where he says, and I quote, "What then should today's growth model look like? As always, investments in human capital, infrastructure, and better institutions remain indispensable for long-term economic gains. These are the fundamentals of economic convergence with rich countries. But a growth strategy worth its name must enhance the productivity of the existing workforce, not the workforce that might emerge in the future thanks to such investments. Developing countries retain significant potential to increase agricultural productivity and to diversify from traditional to cash or export crops. And sections of our agricultural sector have been hugely successful in this particular regard. That's my words. But he goes on to say, but even with more productive agriculture, and in fact, as a result of it, young workers will continue to leave the countryside and flock into urban areas. They will be employed not in factories, but in informal micro-enterprises, in low productivity services with poor expansion prospects. So he says the next generation growth policies will have to target these services and find ways to increase their productivity, that is at the lower end of the economic scale. The reality is that few informal firms will grow to become national champions, but by offering a range of public services, help with technology, business plans, regulations, and training for specific skills, governments can unlock the growth potential of the more entrepreneurial among them. He goes on to say, one implication is that social policy and growth policy will increasingly overlap. The best social policy that is enabling sustainable poverty reduction and enhanced economic security is to create more productive, better jobs for workers at the bottom of the skills distribution. In other words, social policy must focus on firms as much as households. And the new global and technological context implies that economic growth is now possible only by raising productivity in smaller, informal firms that employ the bulk of the poor and lower middle classes. Development policy may become unified at last, he goes on to say. So that's one set of thoughts about the paradigm. But the challenge that we've seen in recent times across the world as a result of the pandemic and as a result of the slowdown in economies, and then suddenly the opening up that is taking place in the advanced economies, and we don't, of course, fall in that particular category, is the huge supply chain problems that various countries are confronted with, including our own in a different respect. And here I quote from the Financial Times of this morning, where it says that before anxious children can open all their Christmas parcels this year, ports worldwide will have to deal with much bigger containers. The UK's leading container port, Felixstowe, has such a build-up that Denmark's Maersk, that is the shipping line, has decided to divert its vessels. The supply chain blockages clogging sea freight routes could last for months. Felixstowe's logjam of big metal boxes is causing sizable problems for the UK. It goes on to say this looks like a market failure. The empty containers are valuable, having doubled in price. Moving full ones is highly lucrative. Shipping rates globally average more than $10,000 per 40-foot equivalent unit, triple the price of a year ago. Yet containers are piling up, contributing to their squeeze. I think you're also aware, and this article quotes, I quote again, contrarians expect the lull before Christmas, New Year in early February to provide the chance for supply chains to reset. More ships will eventually appear. Container ship order books have jumped to more than 25% of vessels in service, according to a particular research study, though the number under construction has not budged. We can see that the logistics issue is a critical issue that impacts both on you, those of you that are exporters, and certainly on the globe at large as well. What then is the relationship between this macro picture and what we are attempting to do within the South African context? And in particular, in relation to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. South Africa has a recovery plan, or the ERRP says, it has been beset with low growth, low gross fixed capital formation or investment in our economy, declining capacity utilization, and of course the problems of inequality, unemployment, and poverty and food insecurity as well. On the other hand, there are many opportunities that are available to us as a country and as an economy. The IMF has said that in 2020, our growth rate was at minus 6.4. For 2021, it anticipates a 5% growth rate. And in 2022, a 2.2% growth rate. Commodity prices, mineral commodities in particular, have increased, and that has given us some kind of respite on the fiscal side, which I'm sure the Minister of Finance will address in the MTVPS. Our social partners have all agreed on this as a plan for us to take forward. And clearly, one of the issues that both you and ourselves in government want is a process of regulatory reform that will make it easier to do business in the South African context. The ERP, as you know, is divided into three phases. Firstly, the question of engaging and preserving. Secondly, the recovery and reform. And there's been some interesting progress through Operation Vulindlela, which is managed by the Treasury and the Presidency, and particularly in respect of the Transnet National Ports Authority and greater competition as far as terminals are concerned. Secondly, in releasing the spectrum. And thirdly, more generally, as far as the network industries are concerned. The third phase, of course, is reconstruction and transformation. The agricultural sector in particular has an important place both within the GDP of this country, although it might be numerically low, the potential, I'm sure you will agree, is quite great. So your contribution to enhancing food security in the South African context is quite critical, both in terms of the large producers amongst yourselves, but also in terms of the medium-sized and low and the small firms or efforts that are emerging. Secondly, it's important that we strengthen the productive capacity of our economy, and therefore further investments in the agricultural sector and widening of its net becomes quite critical. Thirdly, as I pointed out from Professor Roderick's commentary on the issue of growth, encouraging small and medium-sized farming initiatives is a critical factor, and with the minimal exposure that I've had to your industry, I know there are many players amongst yourselves who are doing a sterling job, and innovative things are happening in relation to promoting this particular area. A fourth area is the question of how agriculture contributes to further industrialization. And here, I'm sure is a question that preoccupies your mind as well. And that is, how do we have a process of industrialization that continues to promote value addition to agricultural products, so high value products are actually exported from the South African context. The fifth is the issue of enhancing local consumption on the one hand, but importantly, the kind of role that many sectors of the agricultural community play in relation to export capability being increased. All of this, of course, is going to be impacted by climate change. And so your views on how climate change will impact on the agricultural sector on the one hand, but how we create a green industry dynamic within the agricultural sector becomes an important contribution as well. And equally importantly, is going to be the question of research and development and the issue of innovation within your sector as well. I know that many of us have interacted in the recent past around the issue of logistics, an issue I covered in relation to what the Financial Times had to say about the supply chain and logistics sector in particular, and the kind of logjams that are being confronted. But let me give you a general assurance, and further engagements need to take place in this regard, that from a Transnet point of view, setting up an efficient logistics sector to support the kind of growth and extremely good crops that many sectors or subsectors within the agricultural sector have experienced in the recent past, and the encouragement of exports is a primary objective and of Transnet. And we will continue to ask our colleagues in Transnet to make more and more facilities available, but also to increase the efficiency of the logistics system far more substantially than might have happened until now. Transnet does recognize that the agricultural sector provides an important opportunity for growth for its own business. And in that regard, closer cooperation between yourselves and colleagues in Transnet is quite critical, so that we can both understand your needs, but you also understand some of the constraints that are South African based, but you can see that there are global constraints that impact upon us as well. We've done extraordinarily well over the last 2 years in promoting fruit exports, citrus exports. There were disruptions in July this year as well that was overcome through cooperation with your sector. And that should act as a role model, if you like, for future cooperation between Transnet as an important logistics provider and yourselves as well. The timber industry amongst yourselves has also been approaching us to improve the availability of services to them, and we will be meeting them shortly with Transnet to understand their concerns and to go forward in that particular issue. There are also going to be innovations on the Transnet side in terms of partnerships and cooperation between the private sector and government and Transnet in particular. And these could involve private and public partnerships. It could involve concessions in relation to branch lines, terminals, both inland and in respect of ports, the ownership of wagons by different sectors of our economy, including your own. And these are new areas in which there should be further engagement between Transnet and yourselves. Let me conclude by saying that the agricultural sector is certainly a cornerstone of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Secondly, that government has every intention of continuing to, as diligently as possible and urgently as possible, to implement this plan with your cooperation and participation. And thirdly, there will be many obstacles as we go on the way, but if we create the right level of trust in one another, and if we create the right level of partnership amongst each other, we will certainly break through some of those challenges and ensure that we contribute to the success of the agricultural sector in South Africa. But as you can see, the agricultural sector is not just about rains, crops, and exports. It's also about increasing the share of GDP that the agriculture contributes. It's about ensuring that within South Africa itself, we find innovative ways of ensuring food security for all 60 million people amongst ourselves in this country, but also ensure that you run thriving businesses that contribute to foreign exchange, to the current account balance, and ultimately to your own well-being as a business as well. The world, of course, is a complex one at this point in time, and therefore dialogue amongst ourselves in a constructive spirit is going to be absolutely essential so that we understand these dynamics, whether it's a logistics issue or the post-pandemic, and we're certainly not in the post-pandemic environment at this point in time, but we understand the challenges to the emerging markets in a collective way and look forward to moving out of any vicious cycle that we might be in and turn South Africa's economy and the various participants in that economy towards a virtuous cycle that will begin to produce hope on the one hand, but concrete evidence that we are moving in the right direction. Once again, thank you very much for this invitation, and I look forward to further dialogue amongst ourselves. Goodbye.
Minister, thank you very much for your forward-looking address to us. You know, starting off with urbanization, the importance of a world economic outlook, a global economic outlook, looking at productivity, talking about logistics, the importance of agriculture, our role in the economy to make it work, the whole issue of employment, how we do grow, inclusive growth, but mostly for looking forward, mostly for saying that we have a history, but we have a future too, and that the future we can shape. And through that, we will thrive. Our economy will thrive. We will create new jobs. We will also create a new future for everybody in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a future strategist. Again, we're talking about the future. We're talking how we're going to make agriculture work in a different manner, and the importance of agriculture in the South African economic household. I think today you've seen that there is recognition of it. There's recognition of the importance of agriculture, of how we can take it forward. There's also recognition for the fact that to become inclusive is not as easy as saying it, but that we have a job to do. Minister Gordhan referred to the excellent collaboration we've had in the past year, just as Minister Didiza did, and I think we can only build from there onwards. Mr. John Sanei is a future strategist, and I'm just going to mention his biography in a short way because it's quite a long one. He's a specialist in human science, neuroscience, quantum theology, technology, not theology, futurism, and business strategy. He conveys smart, effective figures, strategies, and to business owners and entrepreneurs who want more clarity, impact, and sales. Virtual, local, global traveler, delivering keynote speeches and masterclasses. Africa's first Singularity University faculty member, a lecturer at Duke Corporate Education, associate partner at the Copenhagen Institute of Future Studies, author of 4 bestsellers, with a 5th one on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know, and we all have listened to this past week to Clem Santa about the future. Because the future is what's going to make South Africa work. Thank you very much for John to addressing our Congress, and thank you very much in advance for what you are going to give to us. Thank you very much.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the largest transformation of our lifetimes. In fact, maybe a few lifetimes. Today's talk is called Transformotion, and I've obviously played on the word of transformation, but it's this idea that we are going through this hyper pace towards the most unknown future of our lives. And this is scary. This is making us unnerved, anxious, and frustrated as a society. Now, I'm going to take you through a couple different scenarios today. The first one will be really highlighting 3 different phases or cycles that we're going through as humanity. And then I'm going to talk about the neuroscience required to seek discomfort and to make sure that we enjoy challenge and not always looking for absolute outcomes. And then finally, I'm going to close off with how do we go setting up our teams, our organizations to be able to keep yesterday alive while planting seeds for tomorrow. So let's get cracking, because the word transformation is really being thrown around a lot in today's world for obvious reasons, but we must become clear that transformation has 3 stages. It has the sad, which is what we're going through at the moment, which means that we're moving away from our familiarity, our comfort zones, our shore of everything that we once knew. And we're moving towards the second stage of transformation, which is the strange. This area of strangeness is tough because we don't have any familiarity in the space of strangeness. And if you think about NFTs and the multiverse and these new words that are popping up, they're going to change every touch point of our reality. They make us very confused because they don't really quite make sense. And then eventually we get to the adventure. And the adventure isn't quite there yet because we need to build momentum into the new world in order to believe and have the adventure. So we need to focus on the sad and the strange. And unfortunately, that's where we are in the process of the cycle. And that's why it's so important for us to understand cycles, because if it's winter, then we know it's winter. We're not always expecting spring or summer before it's time. And right now, where we are is in a state of crisis, a crisis of meaning in many ways, but I'll get into that a little bit later. The society we have built over the last few hundreds of years has been 100% absolutely addicted to outcomes. Everything we do is about giving us an absolute outcome, a level of certainty and comfort. If you think about what you studied to give you the job that you were going to get the comfort from, the person we marry, where we live, all of this is about creating absolute outcomes. And this is a problem when the world we live in today has no outcomes, has no guarantees, and has no certainty. So this addiction to certainty is the first thing that we need to realize, that as a society is not serving us anymore as we move into this unknown future. The second thing we must realize is that our brains actually don't like uncertainty. They love predictability. And anything that's uncertain is expensive for our brains, because our brains are trying to always bring about anchor points into the future that make us feel comfortable. But here we are where we don't have any of those. So our brain's almost scrambling, trying to find something to anchor onto. This is actually a huge problem around the world, and I work with UNESCO's Future Literacy Program in Paris, and together what we're trying to do is build curriculum to try and help high school children around the world to understand the future better. Now, UNESCO's Future Literacy Program calls the issue that we're having, the challenge that we're having around the world today, a poverty in reimagination. As humanity, we have never been really taught or celebrated to imagine the future, but always looked for safety and security. And here we are in a world where we're trying to hold on to the past rather than reimagine the future. And so we move away from the poverty in imagination to the ability to be rich in imagination, to create the new rather than trying to hold on to the past. Now, let's start off with the first cycle. And the first cycle is really about this idea of the phases of humanity's industrial revolutions to a certain extent. Now, if we go back 300-400 years, we were in the agricultural times. And the most important thing in agricultural times was our ability to have the power, the brawn, the muscles, the ideas of the soil, the ideas of the seasons, to be able to sort of plant goods for our families and then take the extra stuff to the market to trade. The most important thing, understanding the seasons, the soil, and our muscles to be able to work 16 to 18 hours days in the fields. But as we started to move into the Industrial Revolution, we started to realize that those actually weren't relevant skills. And in the Industrial Revolution, what we needed to do was be educated in intelligence, left brain, logical thinking, which is what we've been doing for the last 200 years or so. And this has really given us fantastic opportunities, created massive levels of wealth, and this has been a wonderful thing to do for the last 200 years or so. But as we start moving into this new quantum digital world, we'll start to realize that left brain logical intelligence is actually being replaced by machines. And this is the combination of data points and machine learning or AI. And when I say they, the combination of those two really are going to be far more intelligent, far more efficient, far faster, more seamless in many different ways, and we can't really compete with them. And we understand that just like we had to move from brawn to intelligence, from agricultural times to industrial times, and now as we move to quantum times, we have to almost use a different part of our body to make decisions. And here we are now where we have to start utilizing curiosity, excitement, and intuition to make decisions about what comes next. And this is something that, again, is very tough for us. We've never been taught to do this. In fact, at school, we were told not to do this and to follow a process to fit into a mold. And here we are in a world where fitting into the mold is being automated away from us. So, first cycle is to move from brawn to intelligence to intuition. Let's get on to the second cycle, because the second cycle talks more about waves of business flow around the world. Is where do we focus our flow of business to be able to become as successful as possible? Now, 50 years ago, the big buzzword around the world was globalization. The idea that we needed to create collaborations, partnerships, to bring about efficiencies and economies of scale. And this promised huge wealth, huge partnerships, huge collaborations, and it delivered really well. The pros is that we all got more access to more products more seamlessly and at a better price. The cons, the ruining of Mother Earth. And we see that today, and I'm going to get into that a little bit later. All of these flows all have pros and cons as well, but globalization, just on the pro, really did give us a lot of access, a lot of new partnerships, and we got to know other societies around the world in a really cool way. But about 20 years ago, the business flow started to shift, and the flow started to move more towards digitization. And around 1998, 1999, when people were talking about digitization and the internet, people were like, yeah, it's something on the fringes. It's not really something we need to focus on. And actually, digitization now is at the heart of pretty much every business around the world. In fact, there's many digital-first businesses that are being birthed that are really doing incredible exponential growth all around us. Now, digitization itself has pros and cons, but let's just focus on the pros about bringing more digital access for us, like education, like music, and like experiences to more people around the world. And as connectivity gets cheaper and faster, this again grows that access in a massive way. But it was about 2 years ago where we started to see the flow change again. And the new flow that we have now is called dispersion. Dispersion is this idea that we are dispersing away from all focal points that we used to once congregate at. For example, universities. We don't have to go there anymore. We can congregate away to get educated. Schools, restaurants, we don't have to go to them. They can deliver to us. Hospitals, we don't have to go to them. We have telemedicine. Head offices, we don't have to go to the office. We can work from anywhere. And so remember that globalization is not going away, it's just morphing. And digitization is not going away, it's just morphing. But the focus point right now is dispersion. And whatever business you're in, you can focus in on how do we service more people in their space rather than letting them just go to shopping centers. And we can see that the decline of shopping centers around the world is very indicative of this idea of dispersion, where we get the Take-A-Lots and the Amazons delivering to us at our homes. And this is only going to increase exponentially over the next sort of 10 years or so. Let's get into the third cycle. And I think by far the most intelligent cycle that I've researched and I have found, and this is all based on a book called The Fourth Turning. This book was written in 1996, and this is important to keep in mind because they almost predicted everything that's happening today based on cycles. And what they are two gentlemen by the name of William Strauss and Neil Howe, and they are the guys who came up with the idea of generational archetypes. Now, we all throw around the words of baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z like it's just common, but actually they are the ones who came up with it, and they are the ones who educated us on the fact that these generations have different archetypes. And it's in these archetypes that consumer behavior is more obvious. We know who we're targeting and why we're targeting them. And this obviously has become part and parcel of our reality today. But they did further research and they started to realize that it's not only these generational archetypes that are happening, but in fact, humanity is going through something called a cyclum every 80 or 100 years. In other words, humanity is going through these cycles of change and has been for the last few hundreds of years, and we haven't really known about them. But if we start to look for the patterns and the reoccurring ways that these patterns come to fruition, we start to realize that we actually are in a pattern. Now, what they say is within these 80-year cycles, you have these 20-year sort of generationals that are born in between. So baby boomers are 20 years, and then Gen X are 20 years, millennials are 20 years, and Gen Zs are 20 years. And inside these 20 years, every time somebody's born, they have a totally different viewpoint of who they are, how they fit into the country, what their future looks like. And you can compare this to you and your grandson or granddaughter, and you can see how different their ideas of what their potential is compared to yours. So we understand that these generations have very different motivating factors. But they also say that within these generations and within these 80-year cycles, you also have something else called the high or spring, the newness. And then you have the awakening or summer, sort of the summer of awakening in a certain way. And I'll get to that just now. And then you have the unraveling or the autumn. And then finally, you get the crisis, the winter. And no guesses where we are today because obviously we're at the end of this 80-year cycle. And just remember, the last time an 80-year cycle ended, according to their research, was 1946 when World War II ended. So let's get stuck into each one of these so we understand exactly what happened in this process. And it was 1946 where we started to see the beginning of a new cycle. And it was a 20-year period after World War II where we started to see the advent of a brand new approach to life, where we wanted more peaceful living rather than the war that we had just come from. And we had the advent and the introduction of the space program, the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, jets, and the TV were all introduced over this period of time, all about newness and all about this new renaissance that's coming. Just remember that after what we're going through today and over this period of sad, strange, we will eventually arrive again at another renaissance and another adventure, but that's only going to be in a few years' time. And so we have to really fuss bait and hold on until we actually get there. Now, after every spring comes a summer, or as they call it, the awakening. And the awakening started in 1964 to 1984. And in this space, what we have is a spiritual awakening where humanity starts to see more of themselves, more of their potential, and more really of the world around us. And obviously, Woodstock was the famous way where people were taking psychedelics and growing their consciousness. But today we realize that psychedelics actually has some incredible healing properties, and more people are utilizing it to heal from depression and PTSD, and again, a spiritual awakening in many ways. Now, besides Woodstock, we also had computers being launched over this time, a new way for us to communicate, as well as the Star Wars franchise began, and our imagination was just burst open, and we were now thinking about other star systems and other galaxies, and this was really a very exciting time to be alive and to be watching and seeing what the world was doing. But after every summer comes an autumn, the unraveling. And this unraveling is really the unraveling of sort of old civic structures and old ideas that people were holding on to. The first one was the Berlin Wall, and the Berlin Wall came down in 1989, and this was the unraveling of our idea of capitalism versus communism, and capitalism winning this sort of war, and the Berlin Wall was a very much an indicative part of this process. Also, in this period, we had the Tiananmen Square happen, the challenging of the people of China towards the government, and this began China's huge growth of capitalism. In fact, now they're going back to some sort of communism, capitalism, quasi sort of setup, but really Tiananmen Square was the spark of China's growth and opening to the rest of the world. We also had, unfortunately, the Exxon Valdez oil spill happen over this period of time, which really destroyed so much of nature, but it was the unraveling of us prioritizing profit and business over everything else, and really began the green movement. The movement now that we all buying Teslas and worried about solar and wind was really sparked in 1989 by the Exxon Valdez disaster. You can see the unraveling of these ideas all starting to happen over this period of time. And lastly, over this period of time, we had the 9/11 scenario happen where we started to question war, terrorism, security, conspiracy theories, and the rest of these things that really start to unravel and open our eyes to what was going on in the world. Now, according to their book, now remember they only wrote this book in 1996, and they predicted and preempted all of these things. And in 2008, we begin with a financial crisis. Now, this financial crisis was seen in previous cycles as well. But here we are in 2008, exactly like they predicted. The first financial crisis, really to rock the world in many different ways, began in 2008. And this is the crisis, the beginning of the implosion of the house of cards that socioeconomic systems are built on, and the ceiling debt that's always increased by the American government and has been, I think I read the other day, 70 times in the last 60 years, which is just ridiculous to think of. We also had, over this period of time, massive national divide and political tension. And the reason for this is half the population around the world wants to hold on to the good old days, whatever those are, and the other half are trying to move forward in a focus of newness, whereas these people are much more motivated by fear and holding on to what they already had. Again, remember, this was written in 1996 when nothing like this was actually going on, but today it's obvious. We have this split in many countries around the world. Also, over this period of time, they predicted a major war. Now, we were expecting a war like we always had, but we had COVID, which is very much like a war, but not the war we expected. We've lost close to 5 million people now, and a common enemy that was attacking everybody, and what we had to do was protect ourselves, and we're still actually in the war in many ways, and the repercussions haven't really come to light as yet. They also predicted massive job losses and massive unemployment, and we're also seeing that around the world, not only because of a financial situation, but also remember automation is taking many jobs away and also changing a lot of jobs. And so no matter what career you're in, automation will be taking parts of that job away, and we have to look for new ways to add value. And ultimately, what's going on here is that we're having a crisis of meaning. In other words, everything we once trusted is becoming untrustable. Think about politics. And the 1970s and 80s, if you watched the news, you would think it was gospel. Today, you watch the news and you know somebody's pushing some propaganda onto us. Education, it used to guarantee us a career. It doesn't really. Marriage was something that was forever. It's not really that anymore. The fastest growing religion in the world is no religion. And so we're starting to see this crisis of meaning all around us. So it's not just a business issue. It's a real human issue that we're going through right now. But remember, a renaissance, a spring, and a newness requires death, destruction, and implosion. And that's where we are right now, and that's why it's so important to understand the cycles that we're in. Now, I've shared 3 cycles with you. I hope you've kept up with them. But the first one was moving from brawn to intelligence to intuition. The second one was moving from globalization to digitization to dispersion. And this one here is moving from the 4th turning to the 1st turning. And where we are right now is crisis and the 4th turning, slap bang on prediction, as they did in the book in 1996. Now, a word that gets thrown around a lot is resilience. And we all say that we should be resilient, and it's important to have grit and resilience. And I think it's obviously very important for us to have resilience. But if we do not utilize resilience correctly, it can actually be a trap to stop us from evolving. Now, resilience, just like transformation, has 3 sections. It has the respond and the recover and the reimagine. But what we usually do is we respond and recover and stop. We don't reimagine. And I said this right from the beginning, is that we have a poverty and reimagination of what could be next. And this is actually holding us back in many different ways. So make sure you're not only responding and recovering, but also spending a lot of time on reimagining, because that's really where the exciting new world is going to be formed. And if we can see we're moving from the 4th turning to the 1st turning, you start to realize that the very dynamics of business are going to be changing. The very fundamentals of how we measure success are being questioned. And let me get into that, because I think it's important to understand how business is going to be affected by this process. This process and this part of the talk is called the world of complicated versus the world of complexity. Important to understand, because it really starts to question why we do business, what success in business looks like, and how we need to form our strategies moving forward. Now, let me take you through what a complicated world looks like. Now, the world we come from, the 200 years of industrial revolution, the world of innovation, and innovation, let me just make sure you understand, is doing what you did yesterday, just better. It's just that linear way of improving. Very important. But disruption is something very different. Disruption is making your current business model obsolete to create a new business model. Now, you can't be innovative and disruptive, because innovation is modifying what you're already doing. Disruption is making something brand new. And what most organizations do is they ask the same people, the same team, to be both innovative and disruptive. This is a massive mistake. But let's get into what a complicated world looks like. A complicated world, the world of linear innovation, is a world with patterns that repeat themselves. And because there are patterns that repeat themselves in a complicated world, you can utilize accounting, mathematics, and Excel spreadsheets to work out what the future looks like, because all you have to do is extrapolate the past into the future with some slight modifications, and Bob's your uncle, you've got a great strategy ahead of you. Also, in a complicated world, everything starts to become automated. And because automation requires pattern recognition, the idea of automation becomes obvious in a world of complications, which means that as human beings, if we only trained in a world of complicated skill sets, we become automated and we'll lose our jobs or lose our careers in some way or another. But here's the fundamental sort of grit of this section, is that the complicated world requires economies of scale and efficiency. Why? Because economies of scale says, I did what I did last year, I'm going to do the same next year. All I have to do is drop my costs, increase my profits, and I've got efficiency in play, and I'm going to make more money. And this has worked excellently for the last few hundreds of years. But as we move into a complex world, these rules, these skills really start to become more and more irrelevant. Let me explain. In a complex world, what we have is we have some patterns, but they don't repeat themselves. This is a fundamental difference, because there are so many domino effects happening, so many different things that are changing, that you can't actually utilize accounting, mathematics, and Excel spreadsheets to work out the future, because the future is not growing in a linear line. It's an incredibly confusing and complex line of patterns that don't repeat themselves. Also, in a world of complexity, this can't be automated away from us, because machines, AI, and data require patterns to be able to repeat them. There are no patterns in this place, so we really are, as human beings, the only sort of machines here that can determine what we need to do in this process of agility and adaptability. But here's the crux and the big difference, is that in a world of complexity, what you need to do is you need to not focus on economies of scale, but economies of learning. And not about efficiency, but about robustness. And let me explain what this means. Economies of learning is about how quickly can you unlearn to relearn. That's going to be your superpower in the future. As newness and new things start to arrive, we have to be able to become as adaptable and as wise as possible. And wisdom is best described by Alan Watts. He says, the knowledgeable man has to learn something new every day, but the wise man has to unlearn something new every day. And it's in this process of unlearning that we become wiser, more agile, and actually more ready for the future that's coming. But let me land this for you with an example. You remember when we used to fly a lot and go to the airport? And when we got to the airport, we used to get to the conveyor belt and put our suitcase onto the conveyor belt, and that conveyor belt used to get our suitcase to us on the plane 99% of the time. Now, that conveyor belt is a complicated world. In other words, there's patterns that repeat themselves, it's highly automated, and because of that, and it's quite predictable, because of that, you have hardly any human beings involved, really utilizing machine learning and data points to get our suitcase to us in a hyper-efficient, complicated process to get our suitcases to us onto the plane. Now, once the plane takes off, now the rules change. Now we move from a complicated world to a complex one. And what that means is that you have no idea what's going to come at you when you are up in the air. You have no idea if a plane is going to fly towards you, a pilot is going to die, a bird is going to fly into the engine. You have no idea. So what do? You over-prepare. You have 4 engines when one is enough. You have 3 pilots when one is enough. You have 5 operating systems when one is enough. This is the difference between efficiency and robustness. You have to be robust in your expression because you have no idea what the market is doing. And I have a solution for this because you can't run your whole business like this, but wait till the end of the talk and I'll tell you how we can have both complicated worlds as well as complex ones working in parallel to make sure that we're keeping the old world alive through economies of scale and efficiency, but absolutely must have a team that's focused on complexity, economies of learning, and robustness. Now, when I was studying at university, I remember there was this sort of ideology from Toyota that was brought to our economics class called JIT, just in time. And just in time was focused on a world of complications and was perfect for a complicated world of patterns that repeated themselves. But that just in case is what we need for a complex world because we have no idea what's coming. So the rules, the fundamentals of economics have to start being questioned. And the problem is, in the world that we are in today, is we have an expert problem. And as Herman Kahn says it, the more expert, or at least the more educated a person is, the less likely that person is to see a solution if it is not within the framework in which he or she has been taught to think. And this is the problem, it's like the world is ruled by mostly experts in yesterday's world, mostly experts in a complicated world, focusing on economies of scale and efficiency and not wanting to hand over decision-making power to people that understand complex worlds. And this happens pretty much every time a big cycle changes. I imagine people that were really, really good in agriculture didn't want to hand over the power and the reins to people to make decisions in industrial times. And we know the famous story of the Luddites, those gangsters that wanted to go and break down the factories because they wanted to carry on being farmers and not actually evolve into industrial revolution, intelligent type of people. So remember that if you are an expert in a complicated world, that's awesome, and keep doing that, but make sure you have the courage to build a team that works in parallel to you, that understands complexity and understands economies of learning, not just economies of scale. And let me give you an example of how this actually is starting to happen in the world around us. Now, Japan Airlines is one of the best examples for this because they realize that the future of travel isn't always going to be about planes and about engineers and air hostesses and air stewards. And so what they started doing is they set up a $70 million fund to partner with startups who could help them understand what the future of travel could be. And boy, did they come up with an incredible idea. They came up with something called the Limitless Travel Avatar. And so let me explain what this looks like, because when I started researching this, I just couldn't believe how awesome it was. But this is what they reckon the future of travel could look like, and they've already spent $70 million on it, so they really are serious about it. So what they've done is they've developed this sort of avatar systems around the world, and they have these robot avatars that will be in all the major cities around the world, and these robots and avatars will be wearing a skin, a sensor skin. They'll have cameras, they'll have hearing mics, they'll have sort of everything like a human being. The only thing they won't have is taste and smell. And so what you can do is wherever you are, you can put on the suit, and your grandmother who's sitting in Australia who's not doing that well, maybe she's bedridden, she can also put on the suit and she can also put on the goggles, and together you and your grandmother can spend an hour in the Champs-Élysées, walking down Paris, enjoying Paris, hearing what's happening in Paris, enjoying everything that a normal person would do in Paris, besides having a coffee and a croissant, because that's not available yet. but I guarantee that should be available in a few years' time. And so you can actually spend time with your loved ones in different parts of the world, never leaving your house, in a realistic process of taking over an avatar's system and body somewhere else in the world. Now, this is mind-blowing, and if you thought about asking pilots and air hostesses to come up with the future of travel, it would be an impossibility. And that's why it's important for us to split this sort of idea of complicated versus complex. And they've also even gone further and now created the stretchable sensor skin that we can wear and the robot wears, and we can feel everything that robot is feeling: pressure, heat, cold, etc., etc. I mean, mind-blowing, right? So this is really what we need to realize, is that this is happening whether we like it or not. And you can be the best CEO of an airline and not think about this, because this is totally out of your scope of thinking. And this idea that Japan Airlines has brought about is disruptive. It's not innovative. Innovation is what Ryanair did. They brought cheaper, better, faster travel, but disruption is making the current business model obsolete to create a new business model. So how do we go about conquering uncertainty? And how do we go about making sure that we got yesterday alive while planting seeds for tomorrow? Now, the best examples I've seen from around the world and with my clients that I've worked, there's today teams and tomorrow teams. The today team is pretty much what every organization in the world is. They're focused on the 1 to 2 year horizons, because you can't really pass further, can't see past that. And this is made up of people that are focused on economies of scale, profitability, old business models, and experts of yesterday. These are the innovators, which is what most businesses are anyway. But then you also need a tomorrow team that's sitting in parallel to you, making sure that you're getting ready for what's coming. And these people need totally different skills, capabilities, and abilities. And actually, these people are focused on the 2 to 5 year horizons. And these are the people that are focused on economies of learning, experimentation, new business models, and they are experts of tomorrow. These are called the disruptors. Now, with this process, what you can do is you can respond and recover to crisis, as well as reimagine the world that we're moving towards. This is happening all around the world, and this is what I urge all businesses I work with to create your today and tomorrow teams. But always remember that every successful person always starts with 2 beliefs: that tomorrow will be better than yesterday, and I have the power to make it so. And it's the people that in times of massive transition take the time to reimagine the adventure ahead that will thrive and achieve propulsion like never before. Because the future is exponential. It's not linear in fashion anymore. And this ultimately becomes your incredible privilege of choice. Thank you so much for joining me for the talk today. I'm looking forward to Q&A. And if I don't answer any of your questions, please join me on social media or buy one of my books, where I try and share as much of my research as possible. Ciao.
John, thank you very much. You know, you definitely got us out of our comfort zone if we were in one. You know, you use words like strange, you know, and adaptability and disruption and cycles and risk and uncertainty, the absence of certainty, complexity and complicated things. How do we actually manage the future, because it's changing fast? It makes me think about the whole issue that they say the fittest will survive, and then the new mantra is that the most adaptable will survive, and not necessarily the fittest. Fit in a different manner. I think, thank you very much. You've definitely got us out of our comfort zone. Agriculture is also a fast-changing vocation. It's not easy. Technology is moving fast. Populations in the world are growing. The demand for food is increasing all the time, and the challenge for farmers are actually to produce this. And at the same time, it's all about fewer people doing more, the application of new technology, and everything that goes with it. Thank you very much for your talk. It's definitely there's definitely disruption about this. And we will have to devise a today and tomorrow team to think about the future and to do these things. And I think if we take away something today, it's about this tomorrow team. This tomorrow team is absolutely essential. Thank you very much for the thought-provoking talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give Alvin an opportunity just to make a few announcements about the election of a new president. Thank you. Gordhan.
Thank you, Pierre. The nominations for president have closed, and we have received 2 nominees which have been confirmed. And the 2 nominees are Mr. Phineas Kumedi and Mr. Yaku Minnar. So we will now open the voting process for the 2. We have decided to allow half an hour for it because it's an important vote that must be properly exercised. All of these votes are important, but this one in particular. And I've asked the chamber managers also on WhatsApp to notify all the members of the chambers. If you experience any problems whatsoever in logging onto the system or exercising the vote, please don't hesitate. You can contact your chamber management or you can contact Eloise. There's an emergency number that was also given if the system doesn't fail. So please, don't hesitate and exercise your vote. We will give half an hour from now on, so we should be finished round about 10 to 12 with the election of a president. Thank you.
Gordhan, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next item on the agenda is about a panel discussion that has to happen. And before we start that, we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. But I want to just do a few things before that and present to you the facilitators that are going to actually do this, the people on the panel and so on. And firstly, I want to introduce to you Mr. Theo Vorster. Everybody knows about him. We see him on TV every now and then. As a matter of fact, just about every week. And his biography looks like this. Theo Vorster has worked in the financial markets for more than 3 decades. He is a joint founder, CEO, and CEO of Galileo Capital, a financial services company offering financial planning, wealth management, and estate planning. Farmers need these things, you know. Theo regularly contributes articles in various investment and market-related issues in South African newspapers and financial magazines. He's a regular market commentator on MoneyWeb's RSG Geldsaake, hosts his own program on KykNet, Sake Gesprek met Theo Vorster, and is a contributor to Via TV's Geldhelden, a personal finance program. Theo co-presented the Nation in Conversation dialogue series at NAMPO. So Theo is well known amongst farmers. And Theo, thank you very much for making yourself available to actually come and talk to us and to be part of a panel. The rest of our panel members will be Christo van der Rede, who will also be a facilitator. Everybody knows Christo. Nicole Janssen, who is chairperson of the Agri SA Centre of Excellence for Economy. And Kulani Siweya, Agri SA agricultural economist, will be the other panel member. And we will have the pleasure of listening to them. Before that, we're going to have a 5-minute comfort break so that they can get settled and mic'd up and everything else that's needed for that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Congress delegates, thanks. Just before we proceed with the panel discussion, I've just been asked by the auditors and the people running the election process just to clarify something. On the screen where you exercise the vote, the two nominees now will appear. There isn't a submit button. So the way that the vote is recorded is that simply you leave the screen and go to one of the other options afterwards. And that will record the vote. You can still go back to the screen until we close the voting and still change that vote. But the process of submitting is in fact by leaving the screen. Net vir almal om verduidelikheid, ek is gevra om net dit op te helder. Die stemmeganisme werk blykbaar dat daar is nie 'n indien knoppie nie of 'n submit button nie. Jy maak jou keuse tussen die twee kandidate en dan die oomblik as jy wegbeweeg van die skerm af, registreer die stelsel watter keuse het jy uitgeoefen en jy kan blykbaar teruggaan na die skerm toe tot en met die stadium wat ons die stemmery sluit en dan nog steeds nog die stem gaan verander, maar dit is die manier hoe jy die stem indien. Baie dankie. Christo, over to you.
Dankie. Baie dankie. Dankie Alwyn. We had the previous discussion. What for me was interesting when we looked at the future is the last speech that Andre Pierre Brink made before he unfortunately passed away. The title of his speech was The Joy of Uncertainty. Die titel van sy toespraak, sy laaste toespraak het gegaan oor die vreugde in onsekerheid. En ek dink as jy in die landbousektor in Suid-Afrika is, dan moet jy besef dat onsekerheid is deel van die lewe, but the uncertainty you have to find comfort in that, and you have to be comfortable with that. Think about it as when you switch on the TV and the Springboks run into the field. There's a joy in the uncertainty of the outcome. When you plant a new tree on your farm, when you design a dam, when you put maize pits in the ground, as jy mielies plant, is daar 'n vreugde in die onsekerheid, and I think we need to look to embrace that. If I listen to the discussion or the presentations by the two ministers that we have, Minister Thoko Didiza and Minister Pravin Gordhan, and I think of what the themes are out of that, the themes of engagement, of partnerships, of public-private initiatives, of trust, of dialogue, that's words that we would not have had 5 or 10 years ago. Don't underestimate that. I want to take you back 3 or 4 years ago after the ANC conference when Cyril was elected. And if you look at some of the decisions taken and some of the fears that we had in the public domain, just think about how the debate was then about expropriation without compensation. Waar was die debat van onteiening sonder vergoeding? Daai debat het verander. Daai debat het baie vinnig na 'n rasionele plek gegaan. Daai debat is nie dieselfde debat as wat hy was 3 jaar gelede. Nou die landbougemeenskap het daai debat intens beleef, maar daai debat het geskuif. Daai debat is besig om stadig aan te skuif na 'n plek waar mens amper begin sien ons kom nader aan 'n rasionele oplossing. Dis die een punt. Maar dit was die landbousektor was baie nou betrokke. 'n Tweede punt is, onthou at that point the debate was about prescribed assets. That means that your pension fund had to invest in failing state-owned entities. That was the debate. That debate has moved on. It was just as important as the land debate for that sector, for the saving sector, for the finance sector, was dit dieselfde intensiteit. Die finansiële markte en die finansiële spelers het dieselfde ervaar. En tog weer eens het daai debat rasioneel begin word. The third one I want to highlight is the debate and the talk about nationalization of the Reserve Bank. And incidentally, Christo, I note that if they nationalize the Reserve Bank, you will have to write off about 10,500 Rand. If I look at your investments, you own an investment in the Reserve Bank, but that's something for another day. But the point was that debate was again challenged. It was challenged by the Reserve Bank themselves. It was challenged by international bankers. So those are just 3 debates that technically were decisions that was taken as policy that have evolved to a rational side. And that brings me back to the point that we have to, organizations like Agri SA, the Savings Institute of South Africa, they all involved in these debates to make sure that these debates become rational debates. But that's a journey with uncertainty. And that brings me all the way back to the speeches of both these ministers. 5 years ago, I can bet my bottom dollar, Pravin Gordhan on a stage is not going to say that the private sector might own wagons on the railway lines. That was unheard of. Waar sou jy gehoor het op daai stadium, 5 jaar of 10 jaar gelede, dat die private sektor gaan dalk verskillende sektore hulle eie trokke kan besit? Dit was absoluut onmoontlik. But now all of a sudden it's part of innovation. When he talks about his final advice to farmers is he says 3 things out. He said, I want a thriving farming industry. Ek wil hê boere moet suksesvol boer. Daar's 'n nuansverskil. Ek wil hê dit moet op dialoog en samewerking gebaseer word. Daar's 'n nuansverskil. Ek wil hê daar moet 'n vertrouensverhouding, there must be a trust relationship. Dis 'n nuansverskil. So I think we need to appreciate that as there is uncertainty and as there's a massive role for Agri SA to put the point across in terms of the land debate, in terms of water rights, all of that, but that's part of a debate that is evolving. The savings industry did exactly the same. But when I listen to this and I bring it all the way back from an economic perspective, the point is, we're in an area where it's incredibly difficult to project or predict when will we come out, or when will we be at the same level of GDP that we were prior to the pandemic. And we weren't in good shape then. It will probably take a year or 18 months. But that's not going to help any of you. Where's the rand going to go in the next 12, 18, 13 months? I've got no idea. We've got first world inflation pressures. We've got probably have interest rate hikes in the first world. The Fed believes it's not permanent. Where I've got no idea. But you can't plan around those things. So from a planning, and that's why I'm going to come to my panel, from a planning point of view, from my agriculture side, the theme of this is to survive and to thrive. Now survival, my view is, it's a risk-based word. My view is, jy moet jou besigheid panser teen die staat. You've got to steal your business and make it independent from the state. That is from a risk mitigating point of view. Steal your business against the state and the impact of the state. When I talk about thrive, we've had enough discussions or sounds from the administration, from government point of view, that they're open for cooperation. They even all of a sudden point out projects, private sector projects as the model, not state projects. They refer to the PELS project. They refer to these projects we see on all the farms as the model. That's a shift change. So from an opportunity point of view, the current thought process of partnerships, van vennootskappe, of private sector involvement, of private sector doing certain things that was impossible, that's where I believe the great opportunity lies. The world is changing in terms of all of a sudden there's a mind shift that the private sector is critical for the future. And I think that is where the opportunity lies. We've come a long way from a policy side. We've come a long way from where we were 5 and 10 years ago, and we need to thrive in that new environment. And that's where people like Agri SA, the organized agriculture sector, the organized mining sector, the organized manufacturing sector, they have to take this opportunity to thrive while the government realizes that private sector involvement is a positive, not a negative. But that's enough said from me. I want to get the panel involved. So Nicole, I'm going to start with you. Ek wil by jou begin. As ons hierdie gesprek terugvat na die plaas, en ons vat wat ons gesê het, wat die minister sê, die feit dat my opinie, en is 'n persoonlike opinie, is dat moet jou besigheid moet gepanser wees teen die regering, jy moet kan survive irrelevant van die regering, maar jy moet die geleenthede gaan kyk en jy moet daarna kyk. Wat is jou gevoel oor wat is die faktore op plaasvlak?
Theo, ek dink die eerste wat ons moet mooi besef is om net te survive, vat jou nêrens heen. Dis 'n korttermyn posisie waar jy parkeer om te vervat om weer vorentoe te beweeg. So dit is 'n regtig korttermyn opsie. Ek dink oplossing of 'n korttermyn posisie. Die grootste frustrasie wat ons landbouers tans op grondvlak ervaar is tweeledig. Die eerste is rondom openbare dienslewering is daar soveel frustrasie. Alles neem kosbare effektiwiteit in beslag wat die ekonomie nie kan bekostig nie. Kom ons begin by Eskom, lewer nie meer na ure diens nie. Ek het nou in die vergadering probeer om 'n situasie te hanteer waar 'n transformator nie meer die regte speks het wat afgelewer word nie. Wat maak dat hy binnekort weer vervang moet word. Alle fasette om jou arbeid geregistreer te kry, om permitte te kry, om jou voertuie lisensies te kry, poskantoor, noem dit. Probeer jou kind 'n sertifikaat kry of 'n paspoort kry om oor see te gaan. Alles is lang toue. Jy kan nie eers meer net registreer vinnig om 'n leerlinglisensie uit te neem nie. Alles vat tyd en dis kosbare tyd wat ons in die ekonomie kan beleef wat 'n frustrasie is. En daar wil ek sommer van die reg van die begin af sê, daar is opsies. En daarom hou ek van die geluide wat gemaak word oor hoe kan die privaat sektor hande vat in vennootskap om hierdie effektiwiteit te lig tot voordeel vir die breër gemeenskap, nie net van landbou nie. Vat byvoorbeeld Pepstores, het die ruimte geneem om pakkies te versprei baie effektief. Watter dorp het nie 'n Pepstores nie? Maar kan ons nie al 'n lisensie ook daar begin uitneem nie? Kan ons dit nie uitbrei hierdie dienste? Want my poskantoor is gedurig toe want hulle kan nie die huur betaal nie. So dis die eerste faset wat geweldig frustreer. Die tweede een wat my baie bekommer rondom landbou-ekonomie. Ons het 'n fase gehad van beter produkpryse wat vreeslik vinnig ingehaal is deur hoër insette. So hierdie tyd wat voorlê, ek bevrees, bring ons weer terug in 'n meer passiewe aksie van oorlewing. Met hierdie geweldige stygings in ons kunsmispryse, brandstofpryse enorm, rentekoerse heel moontlik teen die einde van die jaar begin styg, arbeid is 16% op, en dit gaan nie net oor een faset nie, alles bymekaar gesit, plaas ons winsgewendheid onder druk, en ons moet gedeelte hiervan afstaan, om op te maak vir die oneffektiwiteit. En as ons hierdie kan begin aanspreek, lig dit weer ons effektiwiteit, en gee dit vir ons daai tree vorentoe.
Ek dink ek wil graag net een of twee punte een stap verder vat. In terme van die afhanklikheid van die sektor van die staat, want die staat se afhanklikheid beteken daar's goed wat jy kan self doen, and here I'm referring to power generation or distribution of parcels, as you note from Pepstore. Those kind of things we can do, but there's certain elements where we cannot move away from the state. The fact, if you were to distinguish those two, those elements where the private sector can make a difference, that's what we should actually focus our attention on, because the rest we will have to keep on political pressure, and that's where people like organized labor, when it's their issues, organized agriculture, organized mining, will have to work in the other space. Would you agree with that logic?
Yeah, definitely. I think what is absolutely necessary is partner with government, and government must partner with us to get solutions for those easy things that we can fix easily. And then start focus on the more difficult stuff to get access. Take for instance renewable energy. We were wowed by 100 kVA or 100, what is the norm that they use that we can put back onto the grid. But still there's a limitation of 1 megawatt that you can do banking with. So it's still limitations that easy can be lifted and make us more profitable in renewable energy. So I really think start at the things that is not that difficult and build to something that is more difficult. And we always will have government involvement because that is why our taxes go. But make a start and to get to trust the private sector that we can fulfill much more than they can on a better and a more efficient way.
Just on that score, Nicole, one must also just then be careful that there is a specific role for government that they get funded for. And one must be very careful that it doesn't become the norm, that it doesn't become a tax to maintain the road. Yes, it's a good idea to maintain the road and fix the road. But it's a slippery road once the expectation is that role is evolved back to the private sector. But that's an orange light, not perhaps a red light, but an orange light that one must be careful.
But that is where the partnership should
Yes.
came in. Give the resources, use the energy of the private sector, and get the job done.
But what I am finding in the talks of both these ministers was the willingness, the appreciation. Christo, as ek na jou toe draai, die uitdagings op hierdie stadium soos jy dit sien vanuit jou posisie as uitvoerende hoof van Agri SA.
Ek dink een van die groot uitdagings bly maar finansiering.
Ja.
Ons was die hele jaar is ons besig met landbank, gesprekke met landbank. Ons was 'n paar keer al in gesprek met die minister van Finansies en dit is vir ons 'n groot probleem. En ek dink die oplossing lê deels by die privaat sektor. Ons het gesien die minister het in haar toespraak verwys na die rol van die kommersiële banke en hoe hulle tot die redding gekom het van baie boere. Maar ons sit met heelwat boere daar buite wat nie toegang het tot finansiering nie. Of jy weet, dit is net hopeloos te duur om by 'n kommersiële bank reg te kom. Wat is die alternatief? Dit weet ek self nie, maar ek dink dit is iets wat Agri SA moet prioritiseer. Ons moet by mekaar kom saam met allerlei industrie finansieringsspelers en die vraag op die tafel neersit. Wat is die alternatief en hoe maak ons seker dat ons bekostigbare en goedkoop finansiering neersit? Daar is van die staatsinstellings wat goedkoop finansiering na die tafel toe kan bring, soos byvoorbeeld die IDC, die Development Bank en ander, maar ons kan niet op die gefragmenteerde basis doen soos wat ons nou doen nie. Dit moet gekonsolideer word.
Ek dink daai punt sluit aan by wat Nicole gesê het, dat jy die privaat sektor sal moet sekere rol wat hulle kan oorneem, het sy alleen of in vennootskap met iets soos die IDC, maar ons moet, waar jy ook al afhanklik was of gesteun het op die regering, wees baie versigtig. Sien dit eerder as 'n vennootskap as wat jy direk op die regering kan steun.
En ek dink 'n volgende aspek wat ek wil aanraak is misdaad. Ons sien geweldige en die mees afskuwelike misdadigheid op die platteland. En ek wil nie daarmee die stede, jy weet, weggooi nie, maar dit is op die platteland waar dit boerderygemeenskappe, werkersgemeenskappe raak. En daar is in sommige gebiede goeie praktyke, goeie vennootskappe tussen die plaaslike polisie, allerlei sekuriteitsforums en sovoorts. Agri SA het Agri Securitas wat ook 'n groot rol speel, maar as ons nie daai probleem onder beheer gaan kry nie, hou dit enorme implikasies in vir suksesvolle boerderye in die platteland en ook vir verdere werkskepping en sovoorts. En ek dink dit is ook 'n tema wat Agri SA in die toekoms met die nodige gesag, jy weet, en dit is 'n baie emotiewe ding. Mense moet versigtig wees om nie goedkoop politiek daaruit of politieke min daaruit te probeer uithaal nie. Maar ons sal dit met gesag moet neersit en dit beteken dat ons so werklik waar 'n plan van aksie van stapel moet stuur om die regering te dwing om baie meer aandag te gee aan die groeiende misdadige of misdaadkultuur vir al die platteland en hoe dit veral die landbousektor raak.
Ek stem 100% saam. Net 'n opmerking daar, die omgewing. Terwyl jy 'n omgewing het van baie hoë werkloosheid, high unemployment,
absoluut,
lack of opportunities, a lack of service delivery, unfortunately it is a difficult environment to maintain security. And although it should be prioritized, it should be a focus area, it is a difficult environment you're working in. If local government cannot support services, if there is not unemployment, if there's rampant poverty, it is a challenge, but it's a challenge that needs to be managed on various levels. Kulani, I want to come back to you. You were very involved, and one of the issues that are a challenge for farmers, and we see it from time to time, is the reliant on government infrastructure, and the fact that it creates not only challenges, but it also creates tension points in the whole development chain. Your view?
Yeah, well, Theo, I think one of the things that you've seen that has improved is definitely the engagement between state departments within themselves, but also the engagement between the state as well as industry. And I think a clear example has to be the Transnet situation that we saw in the last couple of months after the port, the unrest, as well as the hacking of Transnet in that particular regard. But also from a regulatory point of view, we've also seen some improvements. I mean, if you think about the lifting of the threshold for self-generation, that was a step in the right direction for energy reform in that particular sector. But I think at the end of the day, the pudding is still in the implementation, rather the proof is still in the proverbial pudding, which is now the implementation and maintenance thereof. And especially in this backdrop that we find ourselves in as an economy where we, one, trying to survive the pandemic, two, trying to recover the economy, but also having to deal with legacy imperatives of opening up markets. That engagement has been in the forefront, and infrastructure is a key enabler in that particular regard when you think about it. From an agricultural sector point of view, we're seeing exports increasing by more than 50% by the year 2030. So in that kind of backdrop, that partnership that Nicole mentioned is imperative and it's not negotiable going forward. I mean, the over-reliance on government creates its own efficiency. And with that partnership with industry, with business, will definitely be a key driver to sustainability, to stability, as well as efficiency. You know, and I mean, Nicole mentioned one of the points in terms of self-generation with electricity. Remove those regulatory frameworks, and you see a bigger change and impact on the energy sector.
Just, I'm going to come to you, Nicole, just now. Kulani, to a large extent, some of these discussions in the past was hijacked by big ideological principles, by the principle of the developmental state, by the principle of the private sector as the enemy. Do you find that there has been a mind shift in terms of that, the ideological baggage, as one can call it?
Yeah, definitely, Theo. I mean, there's an African proverb that when you loosely translate to English, just says that he who takes for granted the wilderness will find himself in the wilderness. And I think what has happened in the past years has been a wake-up call for the government. You're hearing it in the address by Minister Gordhan that he has that sentiment, he has that appetite to collaborate with industry, with business. And I think it's spreading across the sector itself. There's definitely that transparency that's coming from government, and they've been quite accommodative of proposals and solutions that are coming from industry itself. So it's quite a positive sentiment that's coming out of that space, and I think it's encouraging for the sector in a space where we're trying to survive and thrive in the agricultural way.
Nicole?
Kulani raised the issue of Transnet. Another thing that we should take in consideration is the deviation of our road infrastructure. Now my question is, what is the cost of the deviation of our road infrastructure, and what is the subsidization needed to get Transnet to be efficient and cost effective? Isn't there something to make out of it? Yeah. And that is the stuff that the government should take seriously. On the long term, our road infrastructure cost us much more than was needed to get the railway lines functional again.
Yeah, one must realize that a efficient train takes a few hundred trucks off the road, not tens, but a few hundred. But also, having said number two, the fact that we are now talking about privately owned wagons, that's a massive difference. I'm going to ask, we've got about 4 minutes left, just a few closing comments. Kulani, I'm going to start with you. In terms of your view in terms of the theme of survive and thrive, your comments.
Yeah, again, it all boils down to implementation. And I think the first step we've overcome, where we found government coming to the table themselves, where we previously didn't see them coming in that particular space. And I think once we get that happening, an implementation that is efficient and also sustainable and stable, it definitely puts the potential of agriculture in a bigger scheme. I mean, just for example, if you just change the situation from the road and back to Transnet with the railways, we can already see an agricultural GDP climbing up to about 14% easily in that particular space. So I think agriculture has proven itself as being the cornerstone of the economy to also deal with many social ailments that we see in the economy. And once you survive and thrive the agricultural way, it also speaks to the broader economy as a whole. Thank you, Theo.
Thank you. Nicole?
Theo, ek dink die tyd is ongelooflik ryp vir vennootskappe tussen regering en privaat sektor en landbou. Die feit dat die minister daarna verwys, en ons moet hierdie geleenthede aangryp, maar ek dink ook dat die regering sal moet bietjie meer fokus op die ekonomie, want dit sal hulle die vermoë gee om die sosiaal-maatskaplike verantwoordelikhede na te kom wat nodig is in die land. En dit is wat ons nodig het om hierdie hekkies te oorkom, om hierdie vennootskappe te maak werk. Ons het 'n bietjie meer van 'n ekonomiese fokus nodig en dan gaan die ander goed met tyd beter raak.
Christo, van jou kant af?
Ek dink daar is vir my 'n paar boublokke wat ons vanuit Agri SA geleedere moet verskriklik klem moet oplê. Die eerste is, soos ek vroeër genoem het, finansiering. Tweede ene is veiligheid. Die derde een is hou verband met die beleidsomgewing. Ons moet regering oortuig daarvan dat standvastige beleid wat vertroue meebring, is die sleutelwoord vir verdere ekonomiese groei. En dan ons rol as 'n sektor om die gaping tussen ryk en arm te help oorbrug. In die eerste plek, ons moet kos produseer. Goedkoop kos, gesonde kos. Maar daarmee saam, ons het 'n baie groot rol om ook die transformasie aspekte aan te spreek. Met ander woorde, ons moet hande vat met opkomende boere. Ons moet vir hulle help geleenthede skep. Dit help nie en daar's geen toekoms vir ons as ons in 'n land met soveel armoede eilande van welvaart het, maar terselfdertyd probeer oorleef in 'n see van armoede nie. En die laaste ding is die ontsluiting van markte en ek is baie bly minister Didiza het daarna verwys en ook minister Gordhan. En ek dink dit is waar die geleenthede vir die toekoms lê. Ons moet onsself posisioneer as 'n uitvoerbestemming en dan groter industrialisering, met ander woorde waardeontsluiting van spesifieke produkte om groter werkskepping teweeg te bring.
I think what for me, in the last few weeks I've been involved in this kind of discussions with various sectors, the mining sector, manufacturing sector, finance sector. And what is interesting is that there's a few themes in all these sectors. Specifically, number one, how do you attract investment? Either South Africans investing or foreign investment. And the point is, if South Africans are hesitant about investing, it's a challenge to convince foreigners. But you need certain surety of long-term returns. That means you need policy certainty. That comes back to the issues that we are trying to debate. And that's where organized agriculture plays a brilliant role to try to get that surety. That's number one. Number two, there is in each and every sector the theme of the government putting ideology to one side and looking at private sector participation. That we're seeing in each and every sector, from the mining sector down to the manufacturing sector. Government has realized they cannot deliver. They cannot get this thing moving. The point, however, is to what extent will government change and to what extent will they come to the party. But I want to close again, and I thank you very much for my panelists. Thank you for participating in this discussion. I want to close in terms of the theme, in terms of making sure that your business can survive. There, I still do believe that you have to make sure that your business can survive, not reliant on government on all specific services. It is not going to happen in the medium term. Panser jou besigheid teen die staat. Number one. Number two, if you want to thrive, we are in a new environment. We are in an environment where partnerships, private-public partnerships is a theme. Make sure you use that. And lastly, just a short story. A while ago, one of the international academic institutions did a study of why big American companies, why do the CEO and top management always overestimate the earnings for the next year, the year after, and the year after? Why do they always overestimate the earnings? What is the reason for overestimating the earnings? And the theme was, the guy that becomes CEO is the guy that's positive about the future, is the guy that wants to change the future, is the guy that are optimistic. And that's, I think, something that our farmers can be proud of. They are the people that in difficult circumstances are optimistic, are looking at the future, and that's why they will thrive. Thank you very much for listening.
started with a vision. To be bigger, faster, stronger, to be unstoppable. Designed to perfection with more features than ever before, bringing you improved style, comfort, productivity, efficiency, reliability, performance, and technology. Giving you the confidence to do more. Leading the John Deere legacy. The new and improved 9R series tractors. John Deere. Believe in greater.
Dankie Christo, dit was soos gewoonlik weer 'n baie interessante gesprek geweest. Ek het die uitslag van die presidentverkiesing kan ek aan julle bekend maak en sonder 'n omhaal van woorde kan ek sê meneer Jaco Minnaar is verkies tot die nuwe president van Agri SA. Veel geluk Jaco. We will now proceed with the election of the first deputy president. As you know, Agri SA's constitution provides for a first and second deputy president. And should something happen to Jaco, which we don't hope not, but after COVID, we've all learned lessons. The first deputy president will take over as president from Agri SA and thereafter the second. So the first election we're going to proceed to now, and the nominations I'm going to call for is for the first deputy president. As you know, the Agri SA constitution provides for the requirement that one of the two deputy presidents or vice presidents must be a person of color. So I will now open the nominations for first vice president. We will keep it open for half an hour, and thereafter we will proceed with the actual election itself, but I will announce when we proceed to the election. A second point of order on the rest of the elections that we have to run, which is the various board appointments and chamber management. What I have agreed with the auditors to do is the following. We will close the chamber nominations both for management and board at 1 o'clock for all the chambers. Right? We most probably time-wise won't get to the chamber elections before we break at 2, so we most probably will proceed with that first thing tomorrow morning, but we are going to close the chamber nominations at 1. Then we will proceed to complete the first deputy president election, and depending on the nominations we've received from the chambers, I will make an announcement accordingly before we break today. So if that is in order with the Congress, we will proceed that way. So can I call for the first nominees for the first deputy president? Net om te herhaal, ons maak nou die nominasies oop vir die eerste visiepresident. Soos genoem, dit is belangrik, die volgorde vir die visiepresidente, sou die president self nie bekwaam wees om voort te gaan met sy werksaamhede nie, neem die eerste visiepresident oor. En dan het ons ook die vereiste in terme van die Agri SA grondwet, dat een van die twee visiepresidente 'n persoon van kleur moet wees. Ons gaan gevolglik dit oopmaak vir nominasies tot en met 12:30 en dan sal ons voortgaan met die stemming vir die eerste visiepresident. Die tweede punt net is dat ons wil voortgaan om die nominasies te sluit vir die kamers, beide vir die bestuur sowel as die direksiesetels van die kamers, en dit wil ons doen 1 uur sodat ons sonder omhaal kan voortgaan so gou as dit ons kan tot die Kamerverkiesing self daarna, het sy nog vanmiddag of eerste ding môreoggend. Baie dankie. Christo, oor aan jou.
Congress, this is now my privilege to introduce to you Mr. Tony Esmeralda. He is Corteva's business director. Corteva, at this point in time, is also a platinum sponsor of our Congress. Tony, welcome.
Thank you, Kristen. And just first of all, congratulations to Jaco with the election. We're looking forward to work with you, Jaco, and thank you for partnering with you in terms of presenting the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. And also from our side, you've been a great help and also a great collaborator with Agri SA. And for that, we really want to thank you, your board of directors, and your staff. So just a few questions, Tony. Tell us about Corteva WW and what role you play within the broader context of South Africa.
Yep. So talking about Corteva, is that we the biggest pure ag play company in the world. We listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Worldwide, we have 20,000 employees. We operate in more than 140 countries. We've got more than 65 active ingredients. We actually provide more than 100 crops to farmers worldwide. Coming closer to home in South Africa, we've got 2 platforms. On the seed platform, 2 premium seed brands, Pannar and Pioneer. We go to market through sales reps and agents directly to farmers. And we've got a strong agronomy team where we make recommendations to farmers on product placement and best practices in agronomy. On the crop protection side, we've got a strong crop protection team, and through crop advisors in the channel, we provide product to farmers. And those business partners that we have, AECI, Plant Health, Laufeld Agrichem, IntelliGrow, and Nexus, are our key partners that we go to the farms. We are strong on permanent crops. I think key products that we have is Delegate, GF120, Closer, and other products. We're starting building our portfolio in terms of row crops. Just launched Sure Start as our first maize herbicide, and really proud of the growth that we have in terms of that.
Excellent, Tony. So what do you focus on at Corteva, and where do you play within the Agri SA or the agricultural space in South Africa? And in part, you've already answered that question.
But let me focus. There's 3 focus areas. I think we like to simplify to say in the seed, we work on germplasm. We've got the best germplasm bank and tools to be able to develop products for farmers. And then secondly, in biotech, in terms of biotech solutions for farmers in South Africa as well. On the seed, seed applied technology or seed treatment, like everybody knows it. And then thirdly, on the farm, in terms of crop protection solutions, digital and agronomy advice to farmers.
Excellent. So another question, as a multinational, what is WW disruptions, and you're experiencing this at this point in time?
Yeah, certainly. I think the Minister Gordhan referred to some of that. It's mostly the worldwide supply chain is disrupted and delayed. And I think you may have read what's happening in the US and what's happening in China in terms of that. Secondly, the increase of freight costs. I think the Minister quoted 100% this morning. Some of the freight is really expensive. And then we need to get our raw material to our manufacturing facilities. That is delayed. But I think rest assured that we're trying our best to mitigate that impact on farmers in South Africa.
Now, that's quite scary news, but we hope and trust we will fix these problems going into the future. What is your view on the role of a multinational company like yourself and the role you should play in the agricultural market within South Africa?
Right. Thank you, Christo. I think, first of all, our farmers are competing in the world market. They're competing with farmers in Argentina, Brazil, Spain, and Chile. So, and also our grain commodity prices are linked with world prices and world dynamics. Export crops and fruit specifically are become more competitive. Access to import markets, the thresholds just keep on lifting, especially in Europe with MRLs. So we believe our role is to bring the best and latest technologies to farmers in South Africa to be able to compete and have access to the world markets. And part of that demonstration in terms of the new technologies, I'm happy to announce that today we'll be on this forum for the first time launching a new technology. So therefore, I'm really privileged to announce PowerCore as a new technology that we'll be launching in South Africa, which is a biotechnology solution for grain farmers in South Africa. PowerCore has a combined mode of action of 3 different BT genes that is effective against primary and secondary pests for maize farmers in South Africa. This new technology will be brought to farmers in South Africa through the Pioneer and Panel brand in their portfolio in 2022. And I'm happy to say we'll be playing the video for the first time to South African farmers on this forum. Thank you.
Corteva understands the key role of maize production to the South African economy and the threat of above-ground insects to this vital crop. Hence the introduction of PowerCore technology. PowerCore technology incorporates 3 Bt proteins for extensive control of above-ground insects. The unique combination of Bt proteins protects yields and helps to improve resistance management, while its glyphosate tolerance offers proven convenient weed control benefits. Farmers in Argentina, Brazil, and the USA have used PowerCore technology with great success.
It's important to have broad spectrum control above ground because that's usually the biggest challenge I run into with some of the above ground pests. You don't have to worry at night when your insect control is working. It gives you a little insurance policy. So it did a real good job for me last year, and so that's why I'm happy with it and ready to plant it again this year.
To combine strong insect protection with greater yield potential, PowerCore trait technology is made available in the latest germplasm, and it's all coming to South African maize producers in 2022. From Corteva Agri-Science, leading the way in maize hybrid technology.
Wow, this is really exciting news, Tony. I think laying the basis for commercial agriculture to just grow from strength to strength, this is all what this game is all about.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for that. Just a few other questions. How does the pipeline look in terms of further new technologies, the development of further new technologies, especially for the South African market?
Christo, so we are in the process of deregulating 2 additional technologies just behind PowerCore. The first one would be PowerCore Ultra, which has got 1 additional Bt gene and 2 additional herbicide-tolerant genes for maize. And the timeline subject to approval is around 2025. If you look at the soybean crop, which is a growing crop in South Africa, we've got Conquesta E3, which is 2 insect-resistant genes and 3 herbicide-tolerant genes that we'll be bringing to farmers, subject to approval around 2024.
Excellent. Tony, I know that Corteva sponsors the Food Security Index, and we had a webinar earlier this year around that. What are the trends that you pick up in the latest index that was published?
Actually, that was just published yesterday on BBC, so nice to talk about it today. So I'll talk about the worldwide trend first. So the high-income countries is actually showing a significant decrease in food security, which was a surprise to what we got yesterday. And that's mostly driven by the public investment and R&D development in agriculture. And they actually lost around 7.7 points over the last 10 years, something that we would expect from developing markets. Interesting seeing that in first world markets. Then secondly, South Africa. If you look at the result that we got yesterday, in the past 10 years, we increased our food security overall score with 2 points. It's mostly driven by natural resources and resilience that increased with 13 points. And then secondly, quality and safety that increased with 7 points. I think where we went down was in terms of affordability, mostly driven by COVID and oil prices specifically. So I think overall we're doing well, and we're happy to do that conference speaking about more detail around the Food Security Index with Agri SA again.
Thank you very much, and we really invite our followers out there to join us when it comes to that. Then last but not least, we have a hashtag #init for farmers. What does that mean?
It really means that farmers are at the heart of Corteva's business in all our brands. That means that farmer success equals Corteva success. And if farmers suffer, we suffer as well. We've recently read in the media that about the 480,000 hectares that was destroyed in the Northern Cape as well as in the Free State. And our hearts go out to these farmers. So we're really privileged to be able to make a donation of 500,000 Rand to the Agri SA disaster fund to help these farmers out.
Wow. Thank you, Tony. That is really welcoming news. I must say our Disaster Relief Foundation has played a significant role since last year and the previous years. It assists with drought aid. Last year we assisted with food parcels to the hunger-stricken communities, and this year we also assist the 3 provinces where fires have devastated many farms. So this is really welcoming news, and on behalf of Agri SA and all of our affiliates, we really want to thank you for this generous contribution. May I ask my colleague Andrea Comfer, who is in charge of the Disaster Relief Foundation, to accept it on our behalf. Andrea?
Thank you. There you are.
Thank you.
All of the best. I'm sure it's going to get to the farmers. Eh?
Yes, thank you so much. We
Thanks a lot.
appreciate
It's our
it.
privilege. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's just stand over here.
Yep.
Oh. It's not often that I'm in a photo, so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, dankie, dis 'n groot plesier.
Okay.
Great.
Kongres, ons gaan nou vandag vir middagete. We will be dismissed for our lunch, and lunch will start now, and we will start at 1:45 with the next part of our program. Kom ons sluit net die oë vir middagete. Ons Hemelse Vader, Here, ons kom sê dankie vir die ete wat nou aan ons voorberei gaan word. Here, ons sê dankie vir die hande wat dit voorberei het. Ons dink ook aan die wat minder het. Here, seën die voedsel aan ons en mag ons dit altyd geniet ter ere van U naam. Dit bid ons enkel uit genade. Amen.
Amen.
This man is building a rocket. He's setting humanity on a new course. He's taking our dreams and ambitions into the heavens. His knowledge and expertise will help us to discover new worlds. This man is building a rocket because without him, the scientists and engineers would not have the food to feed their minds to design the rocket that will fly into space. Which is why this man is not just building a rocket. He's saving a child, and fixing a car, and studying the dinosaurs, and healing the sick, and building new roads, and designing a school, and fighting a fire. This man is a farmer, and he is feeding all of us. That's why we're feeding him with tools and technology and plows and biscuit mills and pasta factories and new and smarter ways and means to keep the world growing and dreaming and becoming a better place. GWK, feeding the people who feed the people.
Congress, our next speaker is going to talk to us about agriculture in harmony with the environment. Minister Barbara Creasy would have been here. It was not possible. We have the Director General, Nomfindo Tshabalala from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment with us today. Just a short biography about her. DG Tshabalala is the Director General of the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries since December 2020. She has developed a strong reputation as a specialist in public finances, debt management, and other methods that governments use to finance social and economic departments. This has resulted in her working closely with countries like Japan, Australia, and various East African countries to develop an exchange of ideas on the management of public finances and government projects. The skills will assist the department in turning around successive years of qualified audits. It will also assist in placing both the Marine Living Resources Act and the Cabello Trust on a sound financial footing to be able to be efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to listening to DG Tshabalala. Alwyn?
Dankie Pierre. Ekskuus, ek kon op die skerm sien of ek op is nie. We have received the nominations for first Vice President, and only one nomination was received, and that is of Mr. Phineas Kubeni. So Phineas, congratulations on your re-election as first Vice President. Ons gaan gevolglik nou die nominasies open vir die tweede visiepresident. Ek dink ons laat toe tot en met 1:10 se kant daarvoor, as julle asseblief julle nominasies en sekonderings kan indien. Baie dankie.
Good day to all participants. My name is Nomfindo Tshabalala. I am the Director General of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Program Director, thank you for this opportunity for us to address this Congress. Let me start by acknowledging Minister Didiza and Minister Gordhan, President and Deputy President of Agri SA and their executives, Deputy Chair of the Presidential Climate Commission, Mr. Valli Moosa, panelists presiding over various topics, and all distinguished participants. Good day. The theme of the Congress, I quote, "Survive and thrive in the future," close quote, is very apt in terms of the current global circumstances. As the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, we view this Congress as critical in engaging in matters of the agricultural sector, being in harmony with the environment. The Department of Forestry, Fishery and the Environment has a key role in ensuring that the biodiversity sector contributes to the economy, and managing the biodiversity sector is one of our key responsibilities. South Africa is endowed with unique and superlative indigenous biological resources and is home to a variety of species that are unique to South Africa and can't be found anywhere else in the world. As the third mega biodiverse country in the world after Brazil and Indonesia, and amongst the top 17 most mega diverse countries in the world, South Africa is home to 10% of the world's plant species, 15% of the world's coastal marine species, and 7% of reptile beds and mammals. These rich, diverse ecosystems improve maintenance of soil fertility, biota, pollination, and provide economically viable services, such as firstly, improving water availability, water availability for irrigated agriculture, industry, and human consumption. It also reduces sedimentation in reservoirs and waterways, including minimization of floods, landslides, droughts, and filtering excess nutrients. And lastly, providing essential habitats for economically important species. Biodiversity in South Africa is sustaining over 500,000 jobs, whilst contributing at least 4% of the country's gross domestic product. It is anticipated to double its contribution to the economy through sustainable jobs by 2030. The sector further injects about 200 billion of ecological services to the country's economy and an additional 13.6 billion through domestic and international hunting activities. With the climate change expected to negatively affect the global and regional climate weather conditions and rain patterns, the agriculture and environment sectors couldn't be more better placed to integrate efforts to work closely towards improving the National Development State Agenda while realizing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There is therefore a greater opportunity and scope for agriculture sector to proactively develop more climate resilient crops for food security, human survival, and prosperity. The restoration of soil organic carbon in cultivated soils has been identified globally as an important climate change mitigation and adaptation activity. Enhancing soil organic carbon can generally be achieved through adoption of about 3 conservation agricultural principles. The first one being non-tillage, the second being maintaining organic cover, and lastly, planting a variety of crop and cover species. With regards to livestock, market demand for protein and meat is the principal driver for the development of feedlots. However, outside of commercial production, traditional value of livestock can lead to herds being sustained in some communal rangelands. Climate change mitigation activities in this regard will include improvement in herd efficiency, diet, genetics, which could then increase meat production. In recognizing the need for agriculture and the environment sector to work together, the 2 departments, DFFE and DALRAT, have been engaging on collaborating on a number of issues. And amongst those areas where the 2 departments are collaborating in is around the management of disease outbreaks, sustainable land management, drought, alien and invasive species management, animal welfare, well-being management, and most importantly, on compliance and enforcement. One of the key elements identified in the biodiversity land pakisa is to create an enabling environment to unlock biodiversity economy through the amendment of the National Environment Management Biodiversity Act, which talks to sharing of benefits arising from use of indigenous resources. A classical example was the signing of industry-wide benefit sharing between the rooibos industry and the Khoisan community, where the rooibos industry recognized that the Khoisan communities are the indigenous or traditional knowledge holders of the rooibos species. Similarly, the agriculture economy has identified areas that require legislative amendments to further unlock this potential. It is also important to note that game management in South Africa remain a concurrent function between the Department of DFFE and DALRAT, including various management authorities across the 9 provinces. It is always crucial that in executing these respective legislative mandates, the 2 departments continue to strive towards creating a seamless and a conducive one-stop environment for agricultural industry to enjoy the requisite services. Bioprospecting and biotrade is yet another area that show a huge amount of potential to improve the livelihood of rural communities through the establishment of small, medium, and micro enterprises, which create jobs while deriving monetary benefits for either access to indigenous biological resources or access to traditional knowledge on the utilization of these resources. With many of the species distributed across the country, the department continues to support the sector through ensuring compliance with the bioprospecting access and benefit sharing regulation. The department is working together with provinces to assist both industry and various community-based access providers and traditional knowledge holders to conclude benefit sharing agreements to allow further inclusivity within the sector. I therefore wish Agri SA Virtual Congress 2021 a successful venture and fruitful deliberation in promoting the agricultural sector in the country, but ensuring also that there's food security in our country. I thank you.
Director General Tshabalala, thank you very much for your contribution. You know, the words of adaptability, biodiversity, climate resilient crops, job creation, collaboration, soil cover, all speak to how we actually manage our natural resource base. I want to assure you that farmers in South Africa are very aware of what's happening with climate change. We are very aware of increasing droughts in certain parts of our country, and that everybody realizes that we will have to adapt to be able to survive and to thrive. Thank you very much for your contribution, especially on the issue of collaboration with agriculture so that we can make our country a very successful one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that specifically. And then we have an advertisement, I think is the next one specifically. And then the next speaker will be introduced. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Congress, our next speaker is Mr. Valli Moosa. He's Deputy Chair of the Presidential Climate Commission. And he's going to give us an overview of the work that's done by this Presidential Climate Commission. Just a short biography of Mr. Moosa. He joined the corporate sector in 2004 and currently serves on the board of SAPI Limited. He also held board positions at Anglo Platinum, Eskom and Sanlam. He served as a facilitator in the global climate change negotiations for a number of years. He previously served as the president of the IUCN, that's for the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, chairman of the UN Commission of Sustainable Development, and the chairman of the WWF SA. He's currently the deputy chair of the Presidential Climate Commission. Mr. Moosa, thank you very much for making time to speak to us. We look forward to your address. Thank you very much.
The president of Agri SA, Mr. Pierre Vercueil, the executive director of Agri SA, Mr. Christo van der Riede, members of the board and council of Agri SA, and members of Agri SA, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege for me to be addressing such an illustrious gathering of role players in the South African agricultural industry. Human beings have been on earth for thousands and tens of thousands, and some people would say hundreds of thousands of years. And in all of that long period of our existence on planet Earth, we have lived purely at the mercy of nature. It was believed for a very long time that the forces of nature are completely beyond the control of human beings. However, in the very recent past, if we take the long history of human beings on planet Earth, in the recent past, just over 200 years ago, with the advent of the Industrial Revolution, we started a process that began to impact on nature itself. And with the emissions of carbon dioxide and other gases into the atmosphere, we started a process of artificially manipulating, or rather causing, the planet to warm up. And this is a remarkable thing. In the past generations would never have been able to believe that such a thing was possible. But we now already have a massive accumulation of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which poses grave danger. Let me make bold and say that the environmental debate about climate change has by and large been settled, especially in the Republic of South Africa. We don't have that much difference of opinion on the environmental issues. And the environmental issues are the following: that there is an accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, that this accumulation of greenhouse gases is resulting in the change of climatic conditions, particularly the warming up of the planet, that if it continues this way, and if the planet warms up by more than 2 degrees Celsius, it will result in disastrous consequences for nature and for the well-being of human beings. The accumulation of greenhouse gases is largely a result of human activity. And that with the right strategies and the right will on the part of the human population, it is possible to stop and to reverse this trend. So this is the environmental argument, so to say, and it has by and large been settled. We don't have much debate about that. What we are faced with now having settled the environmental argument, is how do we as a republic move from where we are currently to a low emissions economy? How do we produce our goods and services and live our lifestyles without an unnecessary, and at the same time avoid the emission of carbon dioxide, methane, and other dangerous gases? That is the debate. How do we do this? It's not there's no simple answer to this. And actually right now, nobody has the complete picture of how we will achieve that. But that is the challenge, and it's a huge challenge. Let me talk briefly about the commission which I am leading, and that is the Presidential Climate Commission. The Presidential Climate Commission is under the chairpersonship of President Ramaphosa, and I am the deputy chairperson of the commission. I'm responsible for the functioning of the commission. The executive director of the commission is Dr. Crispian Olver. This commission was established earlier this year, at the beginning of the year, in fact. And what it does is that it brings together the main social partners in South Africa. Members of the commission include 7 cabinet ministers. It includes all of the relevant ministers. It also includes the labor movement. All the 4 major trade union federations are represented on it. The business community and organized business serve on the commission, and so do the non-governmental organizations and various environmental organizations. This is an independent commission, the purpose of which is to ensure that the economic pathway from where we are to a low emissions economy is one that enjoys consensus and support of society as a whole. There would be no point in the government coming up with a wonderful strategy if it is not supported by business, not supported by labor, and by society in general. And therefore, this commission ensures that whatever the strategy is a South African strategy. So, and I'm pleased to say that in the short period of time of the Commission's existence, we have been able to ensure that there's a high degree of consensus on what we do. I feel reasonably confident that the South African agricultural sector will be able to develop methodologies and scientific innovation that would ensure that we do not get left behind when it comes to a low emissions trajectory. Just this week, the President, in his weekly letter from the desk of the President, this week decided to focus on climate change. And I'd like to quote very briefly from his letter. He says in the letter that many South Africans are already feeling the effects of climate change through drought and flooding, which have an effect on their livelihoods. Several communities in Mpumalanga, for example, are affected by high levels of pollution, which increases respiratory illnesses and other diseases. Those who are dependent on the ocean for a living have already been seen depleted fish stocks amid changing weather patterns and changes in ocean temperature. There are broader economic risks, he goes on to say. As our trading partners pursue the goal of net zero carbon emissions, they are likely to increase restrictions on the import of goods produced using carbon-intensive energy. Because so much of our industry depends on coal-generated electricity, we are likely to find that the products we export to various countries face trade barriers, and in addition, consumers in those countries may be less willing to buy our products. The other economic risk is that investors will shy away from investing in fossil fuel-powered industries. Banks and financial institutions are already facing pressures from their shareholders not to finance enterprises that depend on fossil fuels to produce their products and services. All these emerging trends means that we need to act with urgency and ambition to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and undertake a transition to a low-carbon economy. Many of our peer countries have already started migrating to low-carbon economic dispensations. We, however, need a transition that is just, because there are several important sectors of our economy that will be negatively affected by such a transition, including agriculture, tourism, mining, energy, transport, manufacturing, and the biodiversity economy. He goes on later in his letter to say, we will be decommissioning and repurposing coal-fired power stations and investing in new low-carbon generation capacity, such as renewables. We will also pursue green industrialization, such as manufacturing using green technology and a shift to the production of electric vehicles. For while there are economic challenges and risks, there are huge economic opportunities that we must seize. South Africa is endowed with abundant resources that can be harnessed to open up new frontiers of investment and growth and build a new economy in areas such as green hydrogen. By pursuing these opportunities, we can ensure that our transition yields new innovative opportunities that will create new jobs. We are working together with different partners across society in mining towns in Mpumalanga to assess the potential impact of a move away from coal and ways to ensure that communities are protected against the risks and benefits from the opportunities presented by this transition. Those are the words of the President. So in my view, it is best that the agricultural industry in South Africa itself develops ways and means of moving towards a low emissions production methodologies, and that we remain competitive internationally. We cannot have a situation where our avocado exports come under challenge because other avocado producers are producing their avocados with lower greenhouse gas emissions than we are. And therefore, it is best that we are ahead of the curve, that we do not wait for these tariff barriers to be imposed, but rather we should be preemptive. And I think that we can do it as South African agriculture. And the reason for that is because our agriculturalists over the many generations have been highly innovative and have been leading farming practices even on a global basis. And here's an opportunity for us to do the same. I want to just, at the last meeting of the Presidential Climate Commission, I'd invited the Chief Executive Officer of Anglo-American South Africa, Mr. Mark Kutifani, to address the Commission. He is, as you know, Anglo-American is a large global mining company, and it is the largest mining company in South Africa. And he said that Anglo-American is aiming to be net zero by the year 2040. In other words, all their mining operations will become net zero. They will not be emitting any more emissions, net emissions into the atmosphere. This is a remarkable challenge that Anglo-American has set for itself. But as you know, like in agriculture, our mining industry has always been very sophisticated. And so he puts forward a believable story. I think we need something similar from agriculture. I had the good fortune of looking at and perusing Agri SA's draft mandated position on climate change, which I understand will be under discussion at this Congress. I am rather impressed by that draft. I could not find anything in the draft mandated position of Agri SA on climate change, which I disagree with. In fact, I agreed with all of the statements that are made in there. There's a very, very clear commitment that change is needed. There's a clear commitment to the environment. At the same time, the position does make mention of the fact that it's complicated and it's not something that can be done overnight. And we have to take into account that there are businesses and there are jobs that are involved. And we cannot move to a low transition economy in a manner that's going to destroy jobs and destroy the current agricultural businesses. So I agree with that very much, and I look forward to the outcome of your discussions. I want to say one more thing, that on the Presidential Climate Commission, we have business represented. And I know that the agricultural sector, Agri SA and the agricultural sector generally is represented indirectly through the business, organized business. But I do hope that in the not too distant future, it will be possible for me to find a way of integrating and involving the agricultural sector more directly in the discussions of the Presidential Climate Commission and broaden the membership of the Commission. So that's something that I'm applying my mind to. And because I think that the agricultural sector is one of the most important when it comes to natural resources and in particular climate change. I would like to conclude once again with the words of the President from his letter on climate change issued this week. The climate transition is something that affects every South African, and we all need to be part of its design and implementation. We have undertaken widespread consultation, and there is broad support among social partners for an ambitious, realistic, and most importantly, a just transition. Our migration to a decarbonized economy is dependent on crafting a just transition that will not only meet our social obligations to our people, but also enable our economy to move forward on a much higher trajectory. We have to act now if we are to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth, secure the health and well-being of our people, and safeguard the future of our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moosa. You know, we as farmers are acutely aware of what's happening in the environment. We're also acutely aware what has happened in the environment in the past, that we actually part and parcel of the production of greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, and etc., and that we have to make changes. We find it very refreshing the way that you look at us and say that you have to be part of the solution, and that we can be, and that we have to look at the whole issue of how do we going to use renewable energy? How are we going to harness renewable energy to be able to fulfill our energy needs? And how are we going to protect the environment at the same time? How are we going to fulfill our obligation towards the communities that are in the rural areas where we are and where we operate in? I think it's imperative that we look again at the future. We look again how we are going to shape the future by being proactive. And thank you very much for your very informative talk about this. I think it underlines the need for a tomorrow team. John talked about a tomorrow team, and I suddenly realized that this tomorrow team is absolutely essential. We have to have a think tank of how we're going to do it, to be able to be proactive and to be able to make our contribution towards this very important subject that's going to influence climate change and what happens in the future. So technology and the use of technology is absolutely essential for us to be able to manage the future. Thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to move forward. I'm first going to ask Alwyn to the right of me to make an announcement about this election of a second deputy president. And then Christo, on my left-hand side, will talk about the whole issue of election of the chamber managements. Thank you.
Dankie Pierre. Ons wil daar is nou 2 nominasies ontvang vir die posisie van tweede adjunk. Ons wag nog net vir die sekondant op die tweede adjunk om finaal te bevestig. Ons sukkel 'n bietjie met kommunikasie op hierdie stadium. So gevolglik gaan ek die nominasies vir die tweede adjunk vir net nog 'n verdere 10 minute oophou. En dienooreenkomstig hou ons dan ook nog die nominasies vir die raad oop. Want die verkiesing van die tweede adjunk president het natuurlik 'n effek op die raadsamestelling ook op die einde van die dag. So ons sal dit net toelaat vir nog so 10 minute en dan as ons nie 'n bevestiging gekry het nie, dan sal ons voortgaan om die nodige aankondigings te maak. Just to repeat that, we have received 2 nominations on the position of second deputy president. We are just awaiting the confirmation of the secondant. We're having a bit of communication problems, so we're going to, in order to give it to be as fair as possible, we're going to leave it open for another 10 minutes. Likewise, we will be leaving open the board nominees as the election of a second vice president has a significant influence on the rest of the board composition, so we'll be leaving that open as well. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you very much. Alwyn, Christo, this is your turn to make some ruling, please.
So Congress, we will, after the finalization of the nomination and election of the second deputy president, we will then continue with electing the chairperson, also the deputy chairperson, as well as 1 executive member for each of the chambers. That's now the provincial chamber, the corporate chamber, and the commodity chamber.
Thank you very much, Christo. I think we can proceed. The next item on the agenda is a advertisement. Do you have it?
We started breaking ground by breaking ground. We've always looked to the land for what we need and always made the tools to work with it. We won't stop making what we make better for today and for tomorrow. Because at John Deere, what we bring to the table touches lives around the world. We know we can't rest. We run for the humble, the hungry, the growing world. It's why you'll see our logo proudly stamped on machines and hats, on arms and in homes, and the loyalty to it passed down through generations. We run with the dignity that makes us Deere. We strengthen relationships. We solve problems. Innovating on behalf of humanity and planet. In service of the people who trust us and the earth that sustains us. You'll find us where hard iron meets hard data. We don't make gimmicks, fads, or empty promises. We make machines that do more and use less. Machines that make life better. Because we don't run just to move faster than the rest. We run so life can leap forward.
Thank you. Congress, ladies and gentlemen, our next theme under this whole issue of caring for the environment, we're going to talk about artificial intelligence multiplied by biodiversity and divided by climate change. How will this impact and change the future of agriculture? Remember when we started off this morning, we said that the environment is a big chunk of sustainability. Now, Professor David Venter is going to discuss this with us. I just want to tell you who this man is. David Venter worked all over the world and moved back to South Africa in 2014. He continued to teach at Peking University in Beijing, the Business School of Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland, MCC in Hungary and Romania, and the business schools of the universities of Cape Town and Stellenbosch. Alongside his teaching endeavors, he continues to present an ever-increasing number of open and corporate-specific courses in the public and private sectors and mentoring chief executives and boards across many businesses and disciplines. He has participated in approximately $10 million worth of negotiations and in regularly present workshops and keynote speeches in South Africa and abroad on topics related to his fields of expertise. Thank you very much, David, for making time to discuss this very important topic with us and how we as agriculturalists and farmers can make a contribution towards the environment. Thank you very much.
Great. I simply want to nail my colors to the mast and state unequivocally, I have and always will believe in the importance of agriculture in the future of this and every single country. I know of no country that has not paid due attention to its agricultural future that has prospered and, frankly, has a good future. So I say this because I'm going to say a few provocative things, but I believe that a presentation of this nature is very much there to prod the slumbering giant and to say, you have the wherewithal within you to make a difference. So without any further ado, I want to refer to the equation that I've put down: artificial intelligence times biotechnology. I've gone a little bit further than biodiversity, because biotechnology is much more wide and encompassing. A lot has been said in your Congress up to now about the question of climate change. I simply want to refer you back to the UN's latest report on climate change. It is code red. We are reaching critical tipping points. And if we ignore this, it will be at our peril. So we are looking at the farmer of the future. And please, I do not regard the farmer of the future to look like this, but there are a myriad of technologies that have to be mastered by the farmer of the future. Now, why did I pose this challenge to my students? I posed it because I wanted to stimulate them to think outside the frame, to go beyond boundaries. And there are a number of issues that prompted me. The world population is destined to grow by 9.73 billion by 2050, and most of that's going to be in Africa, and by 11.2 billion by 2100. And that poses an enormous challenge for agriculture. Then we are further saddled with a problem that only about 9.9% of South Africa is deemed to be arable and suitable for agriculture. Furthermore, there's the enormous challenge that farmers now face of an ever-increasing demand for food. Farmers will have to step up. They will have to improve their game considerably going forward. Our education system, however, is still stuck in an industrial era mode. Unfortunately, we are still delivering regurgitative people at the end of the system. Divergent thinking is still few and far between. Furthermore, you've heard, and you will hear it over and over, of the calamitous consequences we face if we ignore climate change, soil erosion, which is a major problem across our continent, and the loss of biodiversity. These are major challenges. Then we furthermore see an ever-increasing and a more rapid urbanization taking place. And with that comes dramatic changes in consumer tastes and expectations, which impact our farming community. We see ongoing energy challenges, and yet we seem to be blinded to the fact that we have an abundance of renewable energy available to us. Many parts of our country would be, if you ask them, would be able to tell you that they have 300 days of sunshine, and to no avail. Farmers have no choice, as far as I'm concerned, to explore and rapidly embrace radically different farming technologies. And I use the word radically deliberately. We have a difficulty also, furthermore, of inspiring our youth to remain in the rural areas, to be committed to the rural areas, and to become passionate farmers. The attraction of the urban areas is far too strong. Then there is a myriad of global economic factors which I cannot touch upon in a presentation of this nature. And finally, the consequences of an uncertain, not failed, but uncertain domestic political future. And these are but a few. So, Mr. Chairman, the history of agriculture is circumscribed by three main technological revolutions, and I wish to highlight them shortly. The first being the agricultural machinery revolution, where we saw the first such machineries in the late 19th century. And we've seen the adoption between 1900 and 1930, the early adoption thereof. One farmer fed 26 people. Then it changed, and we moved into the GMO and the green revolution area. And we see the first modified organisms in 1973 and the first modified plants in 1983. Then we moved again. Now one farmer fed 155 people. Big increase. Now we're in the digital agricultural revolution. The first Precision Agricultural Conference in 1997, not too long ago. And we've seen the active development from 2000 to the present. And what has the consequence been? One farmer now feeds 265 plus people in the era in which we live. So, what does this all mean? If we look at agricultural machinery, and I don't want to dwell on these things because they are self-evident: tractors, soil cultivation machineries, planting, seeding, fertilizing, irrigating, harvesting, haymaking, milking, grinders, etc. Then commonly modified products. People don't understand that when they walk into a supermarket, they are probably consuming commonly modified products. Alfalfa, canola, cotton, corn, soybeans, eggplant, carnations, potatoes, roses, squash, sugarcane, tobacco, rice, tomatoes, apple. Often asked by students, do you eat tomatoes? Yes. Do you eat GMOs? No. I said, well, then stop eating tomatoes. Digital agricultural technologies, big data. Farmers sit on a mountain of data. We now have access to the tools to analyze data, AI and machine learning, cloud computing, blockchain and common ledgers, IoT and connected sensors, weather monitoring, guidance, mapping and location, satellite and drone imagery, automated machinery and robotics. Let's put it all together. Climate change, Mr. Chairman, is fast and furious. These challenges are big. We are seeing tremendous changes in food demand. And you as farmers are exposed to an ever-increasing demands in this regard. And we are faced with changing temperatures, as said by Mr. Valli Moosa. We are faced with increased atmospheric CO2 levels. There's no doubt about these things anymore. We are seeing increase in severe weather events. We only need to look around the country. Look at the west coast of America. Look at what has happened in Europe. Furthermore, more and more people need to be fed. And this will not go away. Urbanization is causing, as I've said, changes in food preferences. And the consumer demands more and more data services. So what does this all mean? We're exposed to more and more changes every day in the farming community. The warming effects of crop reproduction and dried soils, especially without irrigation and nutrition. We are seeing higher CO2 levels, which affect crop yields, lead to losses in quality due to increased protein and nitrogen levels. Lower forage quality impacts livestock. Extreme weather, natural disasters, as the President has said in his letter, and hydrological events, e.g. floods and droughts, harm and destroy crops. There's an increased demand for food, which leads to an increased load on farmers and the entire related supply chain. People in urban areas have higher incomes that impact their food preferences. They are consuming more and more meat and have a tremendous need for fruit, for vegetables, and less so for cereals. And the younger generation and urban citizens want to know more about food origins and demand digital services they use in other spheres. So, farmers are experiencing the severity of these changes. As a consequence, farmers need to grow more to cover quality and quantity losses due to the environmental impact. And farmers need to grow more to provide the products to feed a population with an increasing need. So what does that all say? Farmers feel a pressing need to look beyond current approaches to find alternative solutions. The limited resources are encouraging farmers to use farmlands more wisely, to grow more with less, and to adopt sustainable agricultural practices. Chairman, the post-industrial, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous era demands an agile mindset. Agriculture's challenge, a future-back approach to connect the dots. Steve Jobs famously said, you can't connect the dots looking forwards, you can only connect them looking back. The present situation, as has been said, is in many respects pretty dismal. Farmers need a moonshot. They need to go out there and develop a vision, a compelling vision, a deep-seated vision. This vision needs to be converted to a strategy, and the strategy to a program and an implementation thereof. Now, you will see that my ability to create slides is not all that great, but what I've created here is a conveyor belt. The future has to drive the present day. You cannot develop a future by standing here and looking there. You have to go out there like Shatner yesterday to really see the possibilities. Then to come back and create a strategy. And then with big data and all the other assistance to create a program and implementation with a strategy. I want to prod the slumbering giant in conclusion, Mr. Chair, because I think agriculture is the slumbering giant. There's no doubt about it. And it needs to be prodded. So I'm going to give you a few provocative questions. And please do not crucify me for it. Is agriculture still heavily risk averse in that it is primarily focused on not losing its current assets instead of aggressively pursuing the myriad of opportunities that lie embedded in what is a seemingly threatening and potentially devastating time? We as humans, Mr. Chair, are inherently risk averse. We see loss before we see gain. And frankly, we embrace loss far more aggressively than we embrace gain. But this is a time where we have to extricate ourselves from our risk aversion. We've got to become risk seeking. Farmers have always been risk seeking, but now is the time to be even more so. A second provocative question. Could it mean the proverbial killing of two birds with one stone? Land reform and climate change simultaneously. What do I mean by that? Instead of clinging to large expanses of land in ever worsening climatic conditions, would it, I ask, not be much wiser to shift the focus from protecting what exists to how AI and biotechnology can optimally leverage production of a consistently higher quantity and quality and stimulate and simultaneously decrease the need for land, which would free up large tracts of land to meet and even exceed the ever louder drumbeat for land reform. obviating the need to indulge in what could become another never-ending succession of constitutional changes. And I say this with fear of what happens once we start. Once we start, we will open it all up again and again. I ask a further question. Could leveraging the interface between AI and biotechnology not be the most opportune way of simultaneously providing a multi-pronged answer to the two burning platform issues that commercial agriculture currently faces: land reform and climate change? Is it not a fact, Mr. Chair, that the green shoots of AI and biotechnology are increasingly visible in the climate control farming initiatives that are springing up in many areas, creating proving grounds for what would be possible by radically amplifying these baby steps? Is it not a fact that the advancements in climate control farming are providing answers to the ever-shifting preferences and priorities of a rapidly urbanizing population in our country, and frankly, in other markets? More and more fruit, vegetables, meat, and less cereal. Finally, I ask you to take inspiration from the wise words of a great man, an Irishman, who once said, "You see things that are and ask why. I dream things that never were, and I ask, why not?" You as farmers dreamt things that never were, and you continue to dream things that never were, and you continue to ask why not. Once again, Shaw gives credence to the age-old saying that exemplifies the creative and innovative qualities of our farming communities. Boer Wakaplan, you have always been the people who have not flinched when you are challenged extraordinarily. I believe it is possible. It may be threatening to say, let's do more and better on less, and we will create a more secure future for everyone, including commercial agriculture. I thank you very, very sincerely. It's a great honor to spend time with agriculturalists. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Behind every growing economy is a workforce, and behind every workforce are the partners that keep people safe at work. We are those partners. Every day, thousands of businesses across a range of industries trust our workplace safety products and services to create safe working environments for millions of people. BBF Safety Group, the safety footwear powerhouse which produces more than 4 million pairs of safety footwear and gumboots per annum, making it the largest manufacturer of safety footwear in Africa. We export to more than 25 countries in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, the Americas, and Asia Pacific, with ever-growing markets. In 2017, we made strategic acquisitions that enabled us to transition from being a leading safety footwear manufacturer to an integrated workplace safety solutions provider. We offer a full portfolio of head-to-toe personal protective equipment, or PPE, as well as a range of occupational health and safety services. We manufacture over 4,000 PPE products at our 5 ISO 9001 accredited manufacturing facilities. Today, the BBF Safety Group provides customers with an unmatched product portfolio that delivers head-to-toe workplace protection. Coupled with our expert occupational health and safety services, we can provide customers with complete workplace safety solutions. At BBF Safety Group, our purpose remains crystal clear: to keep people safe at work.
David, thank you very much. You know, essentially the conclusion that a boer maak 'n plan, for sure we'll make a plan, although this is not going to be an easy one. We are adaptable. We are definitely not risk averse. We understand risk. And the challenge has been thrown out to do something about climate change. And that we will have to look at all and everything that we can actually do as farmers to increase production for a growing world population and at the same time limit greenhouse gases and climate change and do our bit as that's concerned. Again, it's about the tomorrow team that has to do something and a think tank to be able to get these things done. An omniplan te maak is maklik, miskien. Om die plan uit te voer is iets anders. I think we will have to focus, we'll have to work very hard at it to be able to get that done. Before I introduce the next panel to you to discuss these things, I'm going to give Alwyn an opportunity just to give you some feedback about nominations and elections and how we are going to make sure that these things run smoothly. Alwyn?
Thank you, Pierre. I think the first thing, I'm happy to announce that Mr. Nicole Jansen was duly elected as the second Vice President of Agri SA. Congratulations, Nicole. The rest, what we've decided to do is we've been experiencing connectivity problems, and some of the provinces have notified us that they are experiencing on their side, and we've also for a brief moment experienced incoming traffic connectivity problems. Accordingly, and we discussed this with the auditors and with the President and the newly elected President, we deemed it prudent that we will proceed to finalize the elections tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is now give a quick rundown on all the nominations as they are at closing, and then tomorrow morning we will proceed with the final elections. The system will then allow us to do blocks, in other words, to do, for instance, on the General Affairs Chamber, we can proceed with the entire Board of Director seats elections. We can do in one go. So tomorrow morning we should be able to finish the process quite quickly. So I'm quickly going to give you a rundown on all the nominations as they are at the moment. I think let me go to the chamber, which is where there is no need for an election, and that is in the corporate chamber, where everybody has now been unopposed and nominated. So there we have in the corporate chamber has been elected Mr. Gerard Diedriks as chair. Vice chair is Mr. Rousseau Salier. The additional member, Mr. Nick Bronkhorst. And then to the board, Mr. Gerard Diedriks, Mr. Rousseau Salier, and Mr. Nick Bronkhorst. Congratulations to all of them. Now we get to the other two chambers where we are going to have to do elections. And I will first deal with the commodity chamber. The commodity chamber, unopposed nominees for the management was for chair, Mr. Neil Joubert, for vice chair, Mr. James Faber, and additional member, Jannie de Villiers. Congratulations. For the board, we've got 4 nominees and there are 3 seats. So for the board, we have nominated Mr. Neil Joubert, Mr. James Faber, Mr. S.K. Makinana, and Mr. Derek Matthews. So that's for the commodity chamber, the election that we will do tomorrow morning. And then lastly, we move to the general affairs chamber. And there we have unopposed nominations and elected for chair, Mr. Willem de Chavon Vrucht, and the additional member, Mr. Pieter Kloete. Congratulations to both of them. And then on the management side, nominee for vice chair, 2 nominations there, Mr. Piet Engelbrecht and Mr. Verlier Loupscher. So that will be on the management where we will do that election. And then on the board, we have to proceed to election as well. The 4 nominees that we have at this point in time, is Mr. Verleer Loupsher, Mr. Willem Symington, Mr. Pieter Kluter, and Mr. Piet Engelbreg. We decided that theoretically we could have closed this because we're doing the additional chair for the upcoming MPC if that is approved by the motions tomorrow. But I think because we have to elect the 3 members for the current constitutional dispensation, we will do that. We will run that election tomorrow morning. So those are the nominees. I've asked that they will be communicated through the WhatsApp groups to both the chambers, and so that everybody can tomorrow morning be ready to exercise their votes. Ek weet nie of jy wil hê ek moet alles in Afrikaans herhaal nie.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Alwyn. I'd hoped that we would get through this without a glitch of some kind, but that didn't happen. Connectivity keeps to be a problem. I think we will now move on. We've got a panel discussion about this whole issue of climate change, the environment, how we care for the environment, and droughts and everything around it. And for this, we have a panel where Christopher van der Rede will also be part of, Mr. Tony Esmeralda of Cotiva, Willem Symington, and of course, Andrea Kamfer and Janse Ravi. I think Janse, is Andrea part of this? Not?
Yes, yes.
No. Okay, Janse, and then Willem Symington, as well as Mr. Tony Esmeralda. Thank you. You guys can come forward. You'll get the necessary mics. We're going to take a 5-minute break or something just to get you ready for it, and then you'll be able to take your seats in front of you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. As we've heard the previous speakers, the Director General of the Department of Environmental Affairs, Mr. Valli Moosa, and David Venter, climate change is certainly a topical issue, and especially a topical issue for agriculture in this year's Congress. With me, I have 2 distinguished guests. Tony Esmeralda, I don't need to introduce you again. You've done so well this morning in your introduction to the work that Corteva is doing. And Andrea Kamfer, the head of Agri SA's Risk and Disaster Management Unit. We're going to be talking a little bit about climate change and how it affects agriculture in particular. And I'm going to lead it by way of questions to you, Tony, and to you, Andrea. In the introductory remarks that we had to our Congress early in the week, I said, and it's noted and it's well known, that climate change and climate adaptation failure is regarded as the greatest risk facing humankind today. That leads us to the question that, knowing the risk, and just to contextualize this, as far as likelihood is concerned and as far as impact is concerned, climate adaptation failure ranks above weapons of mass destruction. That leads us to the question, why don't we act more urgently about responding to it? And what are the tools that we have in the policy space, as well as in what we do every day ourselves, and what is agriculture's role in that? Tony, I want to start with you. Corteva is an international agricultural science company. What is your view on climate change and your strategies in response to that? If I may start with you.
Thank you, Jan. So certainly I think I just want to qualify first. I'm purely looking at it from an input provider ag point of view. So certainly we acknowledge that climate change is the biggest challenge that's facing us in our generation. Secondly, I think what we're certainly observing is that farmers all over the world are increasingly facing with changing weather patterns, secondly, water insecurity, and then threats like diseases, weeds, and insects. And I think the previous speaker referred to that as well. If you take that context and you think about a study that was published by the United Nations, by 2050, the previous speaker mentioned, we would be about 9.7 billion people on this earth. To be able to produce food, we'll have to increase our productivity with 50%. So I think that just makes it so much severe to be able to deal whatever climate change is throwing our way.
Indeed, indeed. Andrea, ek wil vir jou 'n vraag vra. Jy is hoof van Agri SA se risiko en rampehulp eenheid. En mense het die geneigtheid om natuurlike rampe onmiddellik toe te skryf aan klimaatsverandering. Is dit so? En gee ons 'n bietjie konteks van waarmee jy besig was in die afgelope jaar en 'n half, die laaste jaar veral, in die risiko en rampehulp eenheid by Agri SA.
Baie dankie, Janse. Ja, ek dink die grootste risiko wat die wêreld tans in die gesig staar is 'n veranderde klimaat wat lei tot natuurrampe. As ons net ook kyk na COVID-19 wat basies 'n mensgemaakte ramp is, het dit ons staatskas so onder druk geplaas dat wanneer daar natuurrampe soos droogtes en brande plaasvind, het ons staat nie die vermoë om boere of veral die landbousektor by te staan met enige rampehulp nie. Ek dink 2021 spesifiek vanjaar was 'n groot bedreiging vir die landbousektor. As ons kyk die begin van die jaar het tropiese storm Eloise groot verwoesting veroorsaak in dele van Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, langs die Oranje rivier was daar vloede. Dan moet ons ook nou nie miskyk met hierdie goeie reëns, is daar nog steeds dele in ons land wat gebuk gaan onder droogte, dele van die Noord-Kaap, Oos-Kaap en Wes-Kaap provinsies. So, ek meen in Julie vanjaar het die nasionale rampehulpsentrum ook 'n droogteklassifikasie uitgepubliseer wat Agri SA sterk verwelkom. Maar op die einde van die dag as 'n mens kyk na het die staat die vermoë om ons landbousektor by te staan. Laat dit 'n hele paar vrae daar. En natuurlik ook die bydrae wat die privaat sektor nou uiteindelik maak om boere by te staan is eintlik die grootste hulp wat ons kan kry. Die brande spesifiek is nou een van die grootste risiko's. Ek meen ons trek nou ek dink by 1.6 miljoen hektar wat al reeds afgebrand is in dele van die Vrystaat, Noord-Kaap en die Noordwes provinsie. En ek sê nou net om dit in perspektief te sit, die oppervlakte van die Gauteng provinsie is 1.8 miljoen hektar groot. So dit is bykans die totale oppervlakte van die Gauteng provinsie wat deur hierdie verwoestende veldbrande so groot skade veroorsaak het. So ja, ek dink as ons net kyk na 2021 met sprinkaan uitbrake, rooibek-kwilias wat nou 'n bedreiging Noordwes provinsie is, siektes soos bek en klou seer, al hierdie risiko's dra by en ek dink as 2021 so intense jaar was met risiko's of met rampe, hoe gaan ons dit lyk in die toekoms en gaan ons staat ons boere of ons landbousektor kan bystaan? Dit is die vraag.
Inderdaad. Tony, we had a little chat beforehand and you have an interesting position on harnessing climate change. Tell us more about Corteva's and your position on this idea of a different perspective on climate change.
Yeah, I think certainly, first of all, our belief is that agriculture on their own won't be able to solve the problem. I think we'll have to talk obviously to farmers, to consumers and people outside the industry. And I think what we don't always do well is listen and learn and then form partnerships to try and find a solution. So we would say that we need to harness science first, technology and innovation to optimize sustainable agriculture for the future. And if I talk sustainable agriculture, 2 focus areas. Soil, first of all, very important. A healthy soil produces more food. And then secondly, in terms of water, we've got commercial farmers in South Africa that are keen to adapt new technology. So I think in terms of digital agriculture, precision agriculture, we need to make sure that farmers understand it takes so many millimeters of water to produce 1 kilogram of grain. and start measuring at that level, determining is that the right crop, is that the right area, and try and find joint solutions like that.
Indeed, Tony. It's probably a difficult question to answer, or perhaps something that you might not be at liberty to do so, but what are the science and technological advances emanating or coming from Corteva and from companies in the same spaces that you are, that you're most excited about?
Sure. So I think first of all, what we invest, like the previous speaker said, is biotechnology. I think that could be part of the solution. I think secondly, in terms of improved germplasm, in terms of dealing with the environment where we operate today, that may become worse in future. I think there's crop protection solutions, and all of those jointly can help farmers to conserve resources. I think secondly, within Corteva, we've got green chemistry that are developed through natural processes where we can provide green solutions to both farmers as well as consumers. I think the third one that falls a little bit outside the space of biotechnology is digital breeding technologies that are probably developing the fastest in the world at the moment and are going to give us the biggest gain. We're also looking at issues like, for instance, that how does heat stress as well as water stress impact the plant at certain development stages, and how can we mitigate that? So I would say those are the things that we are deploying and investing in to see whether we can find solutions.
Totally fascinating, and certainly space to watch. Andrea, tell us a little bit. We hear a lot about COP26, something called COP26. What is it, and what's it about?
Yes, Jan, so I think if you are following the news, especially in the climate change space, you will see that there's a lot of talks about the upcoming COP26. So COP is basically the Conference of the Party. It's a meeting under the auspices of the United Nations Framework on Climate Change. These meetings are held annually and has been held since 1995. It's a 2-week summit where global world leaders discuss climate change globally and also the climate crisis. This year it will specifically be held in Glasgow from the 31st of October until the 12th of November. These annual conferences bring together signatory parties to the UNFCCC who ratified its international climate change, a treaty to international climate change. And effectively, every nation, if it's a state or a climate activist, stakeholders in businesses that have a direct interest in climate change come together and they discuss the climate findings and also their global response to tackle the climate change crisis.
Indeed. Now, what is it that agriculture should be looking out for? Well, first of all, South Africa should be looking out for, and specifically the agricultural sector coming out of COP26?
Specifically, I think, first of all, South Africa is now moving towards a just transition to cleaner energy. That is one of the biggest, or the most important aspect that we're looking into from South African government. For agriculture, we have to bear in mind that we have to adapt to climate change. So there's a national adaptation plan that aims to be developed in alignment with the climate change bill. Agriculture is contributing to and also is affected by climate change at the end of the day. So there will be talks about how would climate change be addressed within the agricultural space to ensure food security, and also looking to sustainable development initiative, moving away, for instance, from conventional farming to climate smart farming, all those techniques in developments. And obviously it will be an international discussion which will form international policy and development that we will take back home.
Thank you, Andrea.
Okay.
I want to ask you, you have an announcement to make about the Agri SA Risk and Disaster Management Foundation, if you'd care to do so now.
Yes, thank you, Janse. So, ons is baie opgewonde om te noem dat Agri SA nou die Disaster Relief Foundation amptelik op die been gebring het. En dit is nou gestig met die doel om boere en plaaswerkers wat gebuk gaan onder natuurrampe met rampel by te staan. Soos ook vroeër genoem is, die staat se vermoë om altyd die landbousektor by te staan in baie gevalle is nie altyd daar nie. En dit is so belangrik vir die privaat sektor om hierdie boere op hulle plase te hou, om by te dra om die volhoubaarheid van die sektor te verseker. makliker. Ons kan nou ook ons skenkers met artikel 18A belastingvrystelling sertifikate voorsien, so dis een van die voordele. So vir enige verdere navrae, besoek asseblief ons webtuiste by agriSRelief.org met meer inligting oor die veldtogte wat ons al geloods het die afgelope jaar en 'n half, waarmee ons betrokke is, hoe om 'n skenking te maak en natuurlik 'n terugvoer te gee oor hoe donasies aangewend is. Ons is baie opgewonde van hierdie inisiatief. Dankie.
Schitterend, yes, Andrea, and especially to Tony being here earlier today, he handed over a check to Agri SA to the tune of R500,000 that'll go to our Agri SA Risk and Disaster Management Fund, which, Tony, I know in a virtual webinar such as this, we can't convey thanks, in the sense that we'd like to do with a broader audience. But again, from our side, we certainly want to thank Corteva for this initiative and this contribution, which really changes lives and has the ability to keep our farmers on the farms in many places where they've been suffering severe hardship as a result of often we think climate-induced changes and natural disasters.
Thank you.
Agri SA, in responding to some of the things that the previous speakers said, or that the guest speakers said about climate change, I think for our Centre of Excellence, the Natural Resources Centre of Excellence, one of the most important things in positioning agriculture in the climate change talks and debates is to emphasize the absolute importance of agriculture in not only responding to climate change and the disasters and the risks that are associated with it, but also in talking to the solutions that the agricultural sector has to play. I don't think many people know it, but agriculture since the 1980s has lessened, that's halved its contribution to greenhouse gas emissions that are so typical and so topical in the conversations about climate change. As an example, if you look at the red meat industry, which is often held as one of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, with a cattle herd in South Africa of 13 million that has stayed constant since the 1980s and still been able to meet the needs of red meat production in South Africa, that says a lot about the agricultural initiative and the role that agriculture has to play not only in adapting to climate change, but also to mitigating the causes of that. And these are the messages that I think that government needs to hear, especially when it goes into the COP26 negotiations and the things that are going to be addressed in that. One of the biggest things that we want to see out of COP26, I think, Andrea, you'll agree, is that the international community has undertaken, in terms of international treaties, to contribute, as from the beginning of this year, an amount of $100 billion. That figure almost staggers. That's a commitment from the international community to developing countries to address the causes of climate change, and it's something that our government in South Africa certainly, and we hope that they'll do so, are going to be able to access and to utilize for the South African context in particular. In conclusion, and this is where I end, is that Agri SA will be presenting its climate change mandate to Congress for adoption during the course of the day tomorrow. Ons is baie opgewonde oor hierdie klimaatsveranderingsmandaat. Ons het die insette gekry van al ons provinsiale korporatiewe en bedryfsorganisasie affiliale. Dis iets wat erkenning gekry het deur Valli Moosa en deur die Departement van Omgewingsake, en ek is baie bly dat ons dit sal kan ophou as een van die vooraanstaande landbouorganisasies as georganiseerde landbou se antwoord op klimaatsverandering, en beide die aanspreek van die oorsake daarvan en ook die gevolge daarvan. Met dit laat ek dit. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to my guests for participating and assisting me in this presentation, and thank you, and good luck to all the endeavors that are going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In 'n land waar dit plat is, bergagtig en groen, groei ons korrels uit korrels, seisoen na seisoen. Voed ons die vrug van môre se oes, belê ons geloof op 'n bodem van hoop. Want dis hoe ons land bou, onder Afrika blou. Corteva, groei voort.
Dankie kongreslede. Christus sal nou oorgaan na jou toe. Nou ja, ons het gehoop vanjaar gaan die jakkals uit die wingerd bly, maar dit het nou nie so gewerk nie. So ek moet 'n ongelukkige regstelling maak op die aankondiging wat ons gedoen het op die Algemene Sakekamer. Dit is teweeggebring deur die feit dat toe ons konnektiwiteitsprobleme gehad het van die e-posse nie by ons uitgekom nie. Gevolglik is daar die 2 volgende wysigings, maar ek sal die hele lys voorhou, net vir volledigheid. So nog steeds onbestrede verkose vir voorsitter is Willem de Chavon Vrucht. Ons het nou net 1 nominasie en gevolglik onbestrede verkose tot ondervoorsitter is meneer Piet Engelbreg en meneer Pieter Kloete bly die addisionele lid. Baie geluk aan julle. En dan môreoggend se verkiesing vir die raad is die kandidaate dus die volgende. Ons het vir Willem de Chavon Vrucht, Verlier Loubser, Willem Symington, Pieter Kloete en Piet Engelbreg. So ons sal môreoggend eerste ding dit afvaardig. Baie dankie. Christo, is julle gereed? Dankie.
Ja. Kongres, dit is dan vir ons 'n voorreg om hierdie jaar 'n hele klomp nuwe lede by Agri SA te verwelkom. Nou, ten spyte van die vele uitdagings wat die COVID-19 pandemie vir ons gebring het, het 'n hele klomp nuwe besighede ook by ons kom aansluit. En besef baie besighede daar buite en ons lede die ongelooflike waarde wat Agri SA vir hulle bied. Die volgende lede het by ons aangesluit: Agri Drainage, Northmec, Michelin, BVI, SA Tobacco Transformation Alliance, Johannesburg Business School, Agility en Aramax. Welkom aan al hierdie nuwe lede en ons vertrou dat hulle lidmaatskap werklik vir hulle besondere waarde sal bied. Dit beteken dat ons as personeel by Agri SA dat ons baie hard sal moet werk om in die behoeftes van ons lede te kan voorsien. Maar dit bly altyd 'n voorreg om die landbousektor van diens te wees. This brings me now to the second part of our proceedings this afternoon. The Board of Agri SA awards an illuminated address to pay tribute to those persons who've rendered outstanding service to the agriculture sector at large and to Agri SA in particular. The Golden Lapel Pin is also awarded to persons who receive a board award. Vanjaar word erkenning gegee aan verskeie individue vir besondere diens aan die Algemene Sakekamer van Agri SA. Ek roep dan nou die volgende persone na vore om die oorhandiging te doen. Dit is meneer Pierre Vercueil, ons president. Ook meneer Willem de Chavon Vrucht, die voorsitter van die Algemene Sakekamer. Julle twee moet 'n mooi glimlag vir die mense daar. Goed. Kongres oorkondes word nou soos volg oorhandig. Kan ek vir meneer Ernest Pringle na vore roep? Ook ja. Kan ons 'n foto neem? Dit is vir besondere diens aan die Algemene Sakekamer van Agri SA. Baie dankie, Ernest. Dan kan Ernest maar afbeweeg. Ja, Ernest, you may have a seat. I thought you've learned some Afrikaans.
Oh, right.
Thank you, Ernest. Then meneer Weyman Christinger. Ja. Meneer Hein Lindeman. Meneer Felix Reinders. Meneer Naudé Pinaar. Meneer Dion Conradi. Dan die volgende persone ontvang 'n oorkonde sowel as goue pin as individue wat vereer word deur die Algemene Sakekamer en die direksie van Agri SA. Ons het vir ons president, meneer Pierre Vercueil voor, ook meneer Willem de Chavannes Vrug wat die oorhandiging gaan doen. So oorkondes en 'n goue pin word oorhandig aan meneer Cornie Swart. Cornie. Baie dankie Cornie. Mr. Duxton. Meneer Willie Jacobs. Goed. Kongres, ons gaan nou na die volgende sessie oor. Die volgende persone ontvang 'n oorkonde, sowel as goue pin, as individue wat vereer word deur die bedryfskamer en die direksie van Agri SA. Meneer Willem de Chavannes Vrug, jy kan nou jou sitplek gaan inneem, baie dankie. Ons vra dan vir meneer Neil Joubert, voorsitter van die bedryfskamer, om saam met Pierre Vercueil die oorhandigings te doen. Oorkondes en goue pinne word oorhandig aan meneer Neil Hamman, maar sy toekenning word ontvang deur Neil Joubert. Meneer Haman is op die oomblik in die buiteland en hy het vanoggend vir my 'n baie mooi boodskap gestuur. Baie dankie Neil. Then I'm going to call Dr. Kathy Hurley to the front to come and accept her award and golden pin. Dr. Hurley. Okay, hier het ons nou 'n probleem. Ons sal maar vir Alois vra om die goue pin aan te steek. They say life is so complicated and now Neil wants to complicate it even more. Oops, say nee. Thank you, Dr. Ali. Meneer Jannie de Villiers. Baie geluk, meneer de Villiers, en dan Dr. Pieter Prinsloo. Nou, u sal onthou, hierdie toekenning is verlede jaar virtueel aan hom gemaak, en ons is baie bly dat hy hierdie jaar fisies teenwoordig kan wees om dit te ontvang. We will, at the function tonight, we will discuss the reasons for Neil's nervousness. Dames en heren, die volgende gedeelte van ons sessie word dan soos volg hanteer. Die volgende persone ontvang 'n oorkonde, sowel as goue pin, as individue wat vereer word deur die direksie van Agri SA. Hierdie oorhandigings word behartig deur meneer Pierre Vercueil, president, Jacominar, adjunkt-president, en Phineas Gomedi as adjunkt-president. As hulle net na vore kan kom, en dan het ons een oorhandiging wat ons gaan maak. Oh. Hierdie oorkonde en goue pin kongres word oorhandig aan meneer Dan Creek, en ons vra dan nou vir Annelies Crosby. Meneer Dan Creek kan ongelukkig nie hier wees nie, so Annelies Crosby gaan dan die toekenning in ontvangs neem. Kan ons die foto neem? Goed, baie dankie. So, may I ask the Jaco, Phineas and Pierre just to remain here. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Sousilje om na vore te kom, want ons gaan nou 'n besondere oorhandiging doen. Ek wil dit ook noem dat ons gaan vanaand by ons aandgeleentheid geleentheid gee vir ons mense wat almal toekennis gekry het om dit 'n kort woord te spreek. So ons sal dit 'n geleentheid daar bied. Dames en here, COVID-19 het vanjaar talle geliefdes van ons ontneem. Die landbouomgewing is nie onaangeraak gelaat nie. En vandag vereer ons meer net een persoon wat werklik waar sy merk op die sektor gelaat het. Maar ons sal leer ook elke ander persoon wat 'n verskil gemaak het en wat nie meer met ons is nie. Ons vra dan nou vir Pamela Steenkamp en die kinders Stefan, Christian, Reinhard en Clarissa om na vore te kom om dan 'n toekenning aan Wyle Kobus Steenkamp te ontvang. Kan ek dan vra dat Pamela dan kort woord of wie gaan namens die familie 'n kort woord spreek?
On behalf of myself, Stefan, Christian, Reinhard and Clarissa, I would like to thank you all for recognizing Kobus, not only as a wonderful husband and father and leader, but also for his far-reaching contribution to agriculture. Hy was 'n nederige man wat nooit erkenning verwag het. Al wat hy wou doen was op aanhou op te hef en hulle lewens te verryk. He truly was a man of God, whose life radiated his Lord's love for all to see. As this quote says, there are some that bring a light so great that even after they have gone, their light remains. This was Kobus Steenkamp. Once again, we thank you all, and in Kobus's beloved words, goedheid en guns vir julle almal. Dankie.
Baie dankie Pamela. Ek onthou Kobus in 2019 het hy my gevra om in verskillende provinsies by verskillende boere daar as spreker op te tree. En wat 'n ervaring was dit nie. Ons het menigte aande na so 'n boeredag 'n lekker partytjie gehou en ons kon lekker lag en gesels. En wat vir my uitgestaan het was die manier waarop hy sy hele personeel. En dit was 'n gemengde groep mense van aller agtergronde wat bymekaar was. Hulle kon bymekaar hou. En net soos hy met hulle omgegaan het hulle ook die grootste respek vir hom gehad. Ons sal hom altyd onthou as 'n besondere mens en 'n persoon wat 'n ongelooflike bydrae tot die landbousektor gemaak het. Goed. Then I'm going to ask our fellow board members to just have a seat, and then I'm going to ask Pierre to talk to us about these two special awards. You can see it here in front of me, and Pierre will make an announcement with regards to that. Pierre, over to you.
Thank you, Christophe. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, these two awards are new ones. I think it's something that we have to do. And we have to be able to be critical of ourselves. We have to be able to recognize those people that make a difference. and we have to put something on the table that will take us forward to change, to make it possible to pursue the higher ideals of which I think farmers expect from us. Nou, die hele struktuur van georganiseerde landbou is gemik op boere. And as we say, we are in the enabling business. The enabling of farmers without prejudice. The whole structure, provinces, commodities, corporates, everybody, we are focused on the primary producer, which is the farmer. With all the challenges we have to look at how these things, how are we doing? Are we really focused enough? And today was a very special day for me, and I think for everybody and every delegate, about the issues we touched, the whole issue of sustainability, looking after the environment, looking after people, all the stakeholders in agriculture, confronting the difficult issues that we have to contend with. En om daai ou storie van 'n boer maak 'n plan, bietjie vorentoe te vat en te kyk na. As ons met mekaar saamstem, dit gaan nie net oor praat nie, dit gaan oor doen. En met die voorstel hiervan, is dit amper so ietsie wat jy sê, die hond het nou die kar gejaag en hom gevang, maar nou moet daar ietsie nou gebeur daarmee. En dis my voorreg en my plesier om vandag hierdie 2 oorhandigings te maak. Die een oorhandiging gaan aan 'n affiliasie en die ander oorhandiging gaan aan 'n persoon wat na denke van die president, dit is nou ek tot vandag toe, sy oordeel die regte persoon is. Ek was vreeslik bang iemand sê vir my, maak 'n komitee hoor. Want eintlik dan gaan ons 'n jaar vat om te besluit, nee. Maar dis nou nie hoe, soos my vriende my leer ken, het soms is so 'n bietjie autokraties oor goed. Sê ek, hulle gaan nou so werk, en dan kyk ek of iemand gaan 'n raai maak daaroor, en dan gebeur dit daarom nou nie. Maar nietemin, hieroor gaan dit om te sê, watter affiliasie wat ek mee wil begin, en is hierdie toekenning is 'n wisseltrofee, albei van hulle, watter affiliasie vir jaar het die beste gedoen vir boere. Nou is dit nou logies, dat ons moet kyk na die kriteria, wat het ek besluit om te gebeur, en typies gebruik, en typies het ek gebruik om te kyk, wat se dienste is gelewer aan boere, hoe die boere dit ervaar, wat het gebeur daarna, en het dit 'n bydrae gemaak tot die volhoubaarheid van landbou in daardie spesifieke provinsie. En nou weet ek nie, as ek nou begin praat hieroor, dan help het ook nou nie, ek sê nie, want ek nou gesê, ek gaan nie hierdie ding laat die plaatjie opsit voor die tyd nie, dan weet die mense voor die tyd. Toe kom ek agter, as ek daaroor praat, gaan die mense ook weet voor die tyd. So, julle gaan nou weet. Nou, ek wil graag hierdie oorkon aan die Oos-Kaap gee. In die jaar wat verby is, en nie net die jaar wat verby is nie, van 2016 af, het die Oos-Kaap hulle self onderskei ten opsigte van diens aan boere. As ons kyk na wat het gegaan ten opsigte van die omgewing en wat daarmee gepaard gaan, sal ons almal onthou die debat oor fracking, about drilling holes in the Karoo, about the whole issue of taking a short-term view on economics. Who stood up to be counted? The Eastern Cape. They went and worked hard, went to court, financed them themselves, and were able, as far as I'm concerned, to save the Karoo from this. Over and above that, we look at infrastructure and we say, what have they done about protecting the infrastructure or tirelessly trying to do something about infrastructure? Again, as a last resort, they went to court about roads and the management of roads and what goes about that. Then we have to look at the economic side of things. And again, they took the initiative where there was a lot of opposition. A lot of opposition about the live exports of sheep. They had to contend inside and outside with criticism, with unsubstantiated claims, and sometimes downright lies, to be able to get this done. Also had to go to court more than once, were taken to court, had to defend this issue on behalf of their farmers, and won the day. This made a change to the well-being, economic well-being of farmers in the Eastern Cape and wider, because we know what happened with the export of live animals created a new market. But over and above that, there was an undertaking given that the marketing of those animals would also be opened up for new farmers, previously disadvantaged farmers. We talk about reconstruction, and sometimes we talk about reform, and we talk about all these things. But fact of the matter is that farmers have to make money and have to be able to farm. The responsibility in this issue was something that they took seriously, and the management, the executive went to it with absolute enthusiasm, and again got it done. I think the next load of sheep will have 30% animals on that ship that will come from previously disadvantaged farmers. And over and above that, also the genetics that has to do it, RAM schemes, all kinds of schemes and plans to be able to improve the genetic material that come from communal farmers and other new farmers. Now, when you do something like this, there is always a result. And we have to also count, and I believe in measuring things. You can't just talk about them. You've got to measure to see whether the change is there. And the one measurement will tell you whether this is successful is what's happening on the ground, what's happening to the membership. Now, since 2016 up to 2020, and later on, 2016 to 2020, they had new members, 349. And then from 2020 to 21, another 369. So Agri Eastern Cape, through service to farmers, increased their membership by 718 new farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they need applause. I want to ask Dougie Stern and Ernest, who sits over there, as being the president in 2016, I think, maybe. But everybody made a contribution. Brent McNamara, that's not here. Charlene Matthews, who was the previous CEO, and all the staff that works in the Eastern Cape have actually made a contribution towards this success story. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your efforts. We can drink a drink on it tonight. Okay. Dougie, this is for the Eastern Cape. The necessary will be done in January to put your name on there. Eastern Cape. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, before somebody says Pierre's he's giving all these awards to his friends, you know, they're going to say. Fact is that there were 4 affiliates that increased their membership, although the Eastern Cape is by far more. And then we also lost some members in some of the other affiliates. But in total, Agri SA's membership from 20 to 21 increased by 421. And I think it's necessary for us to say that in future we'll have to, if we want to be a force of influence, this whole issue of transformation and new farmers is not something that you can leave behind. This must change. It's imperative that this was changed. And I think the new board and the management of the broader organized agriculture will give a lot of attention to this, and then will also make it possible for us to cross that bridge and to find ways and means where new farmers, previously disadvantaged people, see their way open to join our ranks and to make us an even stronger organization. Now, the other one is for an individual. Now, when you start talking about individuals, you're on thin ice most of the time. But every now and then, you have the privilege to meet somebody that really shows so much commitment that it's to personal loss to a certain extent. Where the families and all of us who represent farmers, sometimes our spouses get fed up with us, and we land ourselves in the hot water a little bit. But we farmers don't work with it every day of representing farmers. Some other people are doing this on our behalf. And I think it's very important that we acknowledge this. And we all know that organized agriculture every now and then goes through deep waters of dissent and sometimes downright differences where we could actually say that we may lose the plot a little bit. And then you find one person that actually makes that difference and does something exceptional. Now, usually what also happens when you find somebody like that, they also become a personal friend, and there's mutual respect and what goes with it. This award I want to present to Christopher van der Rede. Christo is an exceptional man. A man of integrity, a man of incredible work ethic, a man that really carries the interest of farmers to heart. Christo, thank you very much. Here you are. Okay. Thank you very much.
Pierre, thank you very much. This was now really a surprise, and I really appreciate it. Also from the side of the staff and our board, they've asked me yesterday to buy you a present, and we had a quick discussion yesterday, and I thought maybe it would be appropriate to buy Clem Sander's latest, Thinking the Future, and hand it over to you.
Thank you, Christo.
Thank you, Pierre. It's over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the day. Tomorrow is another day. I think we've had a wonderful first day. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for bearing with me sometimes. I look as if I'm very tough, but every now and then it catches up with me a little bit. But I think we can look forward to a future with the new management, new president, new ideas, younger people, that we will only go from strength to strength, and that we have a wonderful future as farmers together. Thank you very much.